internet there. Again, thank you for showing up today and participating in this meeting. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Secretary of Natural and Historic Resources, Travis Voyles.
I need to talk to him with this.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Matt, and welcome, as Matt said, to the first Virginia Flood Preparedness Coordination meeting. I'm Travis Voyles, Secretary for Natural and Historic Resources, as well as the Commonwealth's Chief Resilience Officer. I want to thank the invited guests for being here today, members of the public that are attending, and our online participants as well. We appreciate your willingness to give up your time today on this important topic for the Commonwealth. Flood risk in Virginia is growing more severe and less predictable. We are all seeing this. Flood preparedness and resilience are topics that cut across all areas of governance at the national, state, regional, and local levels. And we are joined today by many of the actors from the governmental, academic, private, and nonprofit sector that are working across the Commonwealth to advance flood resilience. I'm excited for us to learn more about what some of these folks are doing and find ways to improve our efforts for the betterment of Virginia. As outlined in the Virginia Code, the Chief Resilience Officer and the Department of Conservation and Recreation are responsible for coordinating the Commonwealth's flood protection programs. With recent updates, the CRO and DCR are now tasked with convening key state agencies and other stakeholders and partners with a meeting at least annually to, quote, determine, coordinate, and prioritize the Commonwealth's efforts and expenditures for flood resilience. This is the first time we're hosting this meeting in fulfillment of that charge. As an administration and as a secretariat, we've put a lot of focus on building a more resilient Commonwealth that is realized in a variety of ways, ranging from increased coordination, building programs and expertise, and support for our localities and Virginians as they do work to address these challenges. Hopefully those that are watching are seeing this in our actions, and as an administration, our desire to work together to keep us moving forward. We recognize the critical element that comes in the form of doing a better job coordinating across the state government. And with our partners in the localities, impacted communities, and the private sector, you're seeing this. Yesterday, many of you joined us as we had meetings of our Coastal Resilience Technical Advisory Committee and the Resilient Coordination Working Group. Today, we'll build on those efforts and look forward to continue to strengthen flood resilience coordination in Virginia. We hope that you find today value in today's meeting, create a new connection or two, build your awareness of ongoing programs, and share your knowledge with others. Thank you again for participating. We have a full agenda featuring many different stakeholders and activities during presentations and panels meant to show you how building flood resilience is of critical importance and to protecting the well-being of Virginians, people, economy, and the environment. I'd like to turn it over to DCR Director Matt Wells, who will set the stage for the statewide urgency and opportunity for addressing flood resilience.
Thanks to whoever started the applause. Thank you, Secretary Voyles, and thanks to all of you for being here today and for the folks online joining us. As Secretary Voyles said, I know some of you all have had a long 2 days. We had 2 really good meetings yesterday of our Coastal Tech and our Resilience Coordination Working Group. I want to set the stage a little bit today to talk about why this is such a priority for DCR, such a priority for the administration and the Secretariat. I want to talk a little bit about why this issue should matter to you and your organization and why we're all here today. You want to hit the next one? Okay. So we're here today because we're united by a common purpose, achieving a more resilient Commonwealth, and in particular, how we can enhance resilience to minimize loss of life, property damage, and negative impacts on the environment resulting from flooding. These efforts cut across agencies, they cut across governments, sectors, and communities. Go to the next one. There we go. Before I go any further, I want to start, as I frequently do when I talk about flood resilience, with the 4 principles that we use as an agency and as administration to guide our efforts. The first principle is that we're committed to addressing challenges related to flooding and resiliency, that we have to address these challenges with programs that work for all impacted parts of Virginia. The programs that we implement have to work together as part of comprehensive, cohesive plans, and that the programs and plans that we put together have to be developed with transparency from an input from the public. All right, working now. And we do indeed have a challenge, and it is one that is felt statewide. From sunny day conditions of tidal flooding on the coast that impact our industry. This photo on the right is from downtown Hampton in May of last year, to rainfall-driven flood events like the one in the middle in Northern Virginia that impact our infrastructure and mobility, to flash flooding out west along our major rivers that impact our home and livelihoods. That last photo is from Nelson County after Camille in 1969. And while it's tempting to think of flooding as primarily a coastal problem, it's not. Every jurisdiction has experienced a flood event, and historically, the western portion of the state has actually had more reported flooding events over the past 75 years than the eastern portion. And where there's often advanced warning and evacuations for coastal storms, to the degree that can be an okay storm, I guess that's a little bit better. Out west, you frequently don't get any kind of notice, and so lives and property are frequently more at risk. The impacts of flooding and the costs of property damage are also felt across the Commonwealth statewide. Between 1950 and 2021, the Commonwealth recorded almost $900 million in flood damages. That's only reported damages. It is almost certainly an underreporting of damages, and as we can see, that impact is likely to grow. There's a human impact that's felt statewide as well. When you factor in flood exposure, damages, social vulnerability, and community resilience, you get a combined picture of geographic risk distribution as well that's shown on this slide. This combined flood risk index is a relative rating of flood risk to people, buildings, and agriculture across the Commonwealth that considers flood hazard losses, social vulnerability, and community resilience. So again, you can see how this is distributed across the state, not just coastal, but in the western part of the state, in the Valley and South Side and Central Virginia as well. So it is a statewide problem, but that doesn't mean that risk is felt the same way all across the state. I mentioned that flooding is different in the coastal areas than it is in the western and the central parts of the state. Coastal Virginia sees significant impacts in the form of chronic risk from tidal flooding in particular. So these are maps of projected floodplain extents in coastal Virginia in 2020 and then 2080 from the Coastal Resilience Web Explorer, which is from the Coastal Resilience Master Plan Phase 1. This is modeling based on sea level rise and seawater inundation flooding. So you can see the extent of the growth and severity between the right and the left, a lot more dark blue on the left. Again, from relative sea level rise, it includes subsidence from more frequent and severe storm events. And again, one of the things we'll talk about today as we talk about our planning efforts is how we're going to update these with new data sets. So these this flooding has an impact to our low-lying coastal areas, urban and rural alike. It inundates transportation infrastructure. It backs up into stormwater infrastructure system. It leads to higher groundwater tables that impact septic systems and other underground infrastructure. It results in saltwater intrusion impacting natural vegetation and agriculture. So these, again, are some projections from the Coastal Resilience Master Plan Phase 1. Looking into the future, that flooding is expected to produce significant impacts in our coastal area, and this in turn has significant impacts for the Commonwealth at large, not just because of the impact to the people, but because of the economic importance of the region. 70% of our residents and 80% of our GDP comes from the coastal region. Drilling down a little further, as sea levels rise, we are seeing an increase in the number of days of high tide flooding events on our coast. For example, this is modeling data from NOAA's low to intermediate sea level rise scenarios for Chesapeake that shows an increase from an average of 3 high tide flood days per year in 2000 to an average of 8 to 15 days. Again, and looking at Norfolk, within 3 decades, Norfolk can expect to see this type of high tide flooding between 85 and 125 days every year, which is between a quarter and a third of the days of the year. On the other side of the state, Western Virginia can suffer from acute risk in terms of severe weather events. I think we've seen a lot of that recently, but for example, a hurricane or a storm event can produce flash flooding, again, with very little warning, incredibly dangerous events. I think we all are aware of the recent events in Buchanan and Tazewell, where you got a tremendous amount of rain in just a few hours. It resulted in flash flooding that washed away homes, roads, bridges, damaged businesses, water and electric transmission lines. All told, it destroyed 37 homes, damaged property in 54 properties, and did about $18 million in flood damage. As with tidal flooding, I think we can expect to see more frequent and stronger rain-driven events. This is a forecast of increasing precipitation across the state from RAND. I think this is from the Marissa modeling, but again, you can see the increase in what the new normal will be according to the models in terms of precipitation. So how do we face these challenges at a state level? As Secretary mentioned, one way is through the funding and the programs that we provide. There are a variety of existing programs and activities that span research, outreach and education, and funding and grants. This is just a little sample. Up here, we're going to talk a lot about these today. VDH, for example, looking at the intersection of sea level rise, septic systems, and public health. DHCD, conducting recovery efforts for communities experiencing extreme flooding. VDEM, with their ongoing outreach efforts and education for preparedness and flood safety. CZM, issuing grants in the coastal area and convening the collaborative coastal policy team. And then on the DCR side, awarding funding to localities and PDCs for planning, capacity building studies and projects to increase flood resilience. I want to talk a little bit more about those two programs that are under DCR's purview, the Community Flood Preparedness Fund and the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund. The programs, the CFPF has had 3 rounds so far. The Revolving Fund will have its first round this year, are meant to complement each other. Both of the programs have a tremendous amount of flexibility. And because of that, in the past, we've been able to use the Community Flood Preparedness Fund to fill a variety of community needs in the past 3 rounds. But if you look at the statute, the programs are targeted slightly differently. And it's our intention going forward to have the implementation of the programs align more with their statutory direction. At a very high level, the CFPF is targeted towards community scale projects, while the revolving fund is pointed more at property scale. And here on the graph table on the left, you can see what the authorized uses are for the programs that are outlined in statute. So it's our intent to offer these programs together on a similar timeline this year so that applicants can pick the program that is right for them, the bucket of funding that works best in their case. One of the commitments that we made early on in the administration to the legislators and to our stakeholders was that we would put draft manuals out for public comment, and it's our intent to put them out next week. In advance of that, I can share a high-level view of where we think we are going to have the buckets of funding falling. Again, these are drafts. We'll put them out for public review. We expect to get some comments back. So round 4 for the CFPF, we are proposing $80 million. This is $10 million above what was offered last year, which included a supplemental round that we did. Of that, $50 million would be in grants. This compares to $40 million that was offered in the initial round of the flood fund in 2022. One change this year is that we do intend to have per project and per applicant caps. We are also, for the first time with this fund, going to offer loans. These will be below market loans that are geared towards supporting larger projects that exceed the cap on grants. And so we've set aside $25 million for that. Finally, we have heard concerns from localities that startup costs can be an obstacle to these projects. And since the program is primarily reimbursement based, we are looking to address that in 2 ways. One is by providing up to 10% of a grant amount to low income localities up front. And the other is by setting aside $5 million in short-term loans that any awardee could use to access 10% of their grant award up front. So this means that low-income localities could potentially stack these 2 items and receive 20% of their grants up front. Turning to the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund, this was capitalized in 2022 with $25 million. The governor's proposed budget allocated an extra $200 million for the program, and the budget under discussion has some level of funding in both the House and the Senate versions, but at this time we are going to move forward with the $25 million that we have currently. Of that, we have set aside $5 million to match to use as match for FEMA's STORM program, which provides grants to states to capitalize revolving funds like the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund. Happy to work with our partners at VDEM and VRA to very quickly turn around an application to FEMA to potentially access those funds. At current match rates, $5 million would allow us to access $50 million in federal funding, which would flow through the revolving fund. I don't know that we're going to get $50 million this time, but we wanted to set that funding aside to be available. We've also set aside about $1.5 million for administration costs for this and future rounds. That includes certain loan closing costs. So we intend to place the remaining 18 million into this 18.5 million into this new round, divided as follows. So $5 million for below market loans to localities to use as local match for federal grants, such as FEMA's flood mitigation assistance, hazard mitigation assistance, BRIC, HUD's CDBG, and a number of other federal programs. So this aligns with a lot of what we did with the proposed to do with the STORM program, but we wanted to have a specific bucket of money in case the federal government doesn't come through during this grant round, or for some reason we don't get awarded the funds that we are hoping to get awarded. For the next two categories, we took inspiration from the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund, a Living Shoreline program, which supports both direct funding of projects and funding of local programs managed by a local government. So we've set aside $7.5 million in below market loans to localities for the hazard mitigation of buildings. These would be for discrete projects that the locality wants to support and could be used for private property, so residential, commercial, industrial. This satisfies a statutory requirement that we set aside a certain amount of funds for the hazard mitigation of buildings. In some instances, local governments may have established or want to establish their own local resilience funding program to provide support for their citizens. And to support these programs, we've set aside $1 million in interest-only loans to local governments with a local program. The locality would be able to use these funds in turn to make loans for a wide array of projects, including projects that fall below the minimum for a direct state loan. As with other funds, the interest rates would be below market, with the goal being that localities could fund carrying costs either through interest earned on deposits or interest on loan payments from projects funded through the local program. By making the loans interest only, our hope is that we'll allow the principal to be reinvested in the local program. So right now, the number of these programs in the Commonwealth is limited, so we're only offering a small amount of money in this round. Our hope is that in the future, as more of these programs come online, we would be able to offer additional funding. And then finally, to help localities get those local programs going, we're also proposing to provide $5 million in capacity building grants to local governments to support the establishment of local flood resilience programs. I mentioned that there is currently additional funding pending in the budget. So if that comes through, we're looking at a number of options that could include additional funding for local programs, that could include grants, funding for home buyouts and relocations or rentbacks, funding for federal grant applications that haven't been selected by the respective federal agency, and then additional funding for the buckets that we've identified for round one. Looking ahead, as I mentioned, we intend to put these manuals out for public comment next week for a 30-day public comment period. We're looking forward to robust feedback from interested stakeholders. We're going to take a few weeks to consider those comments and then look to open the round for both programs in September, closing in November. Over the course of November and early December, we'd evaluate applications along with an advisory review committee, which is another transparency commitment that we made early in the administration. And then finally, awards would come in mid to late December, which would be similar to the timeline for the CFPF supplemental round last year. So all of that will be out for public comment again next week. We are looking for, we do hope that people will provide their feedback on what they see that's valuable in these programs, what they see may need to be changed, and we'll take all of that into consideration. I mentioned that our programs work best when they're aligned with comprehensive, cohesive plans. So as we continue to refine the Community Flood Preparedness Fund and the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund, we're going to look for ways to align them with our resilience planning efforts. DCR is currently engaged in a revision to the Coastal Resilience Master Plan and the Virginia Flood Protection Master Plan. You'll hear more about that, I think, in the next segment. Other state agencies are involved in their own planning action, including VDEM through the Commonwealth of Virginia Hazard Mitigation Plan and VDOT through its own resilient plan. And again, we're going to hear a little bit more about some of those plans in the next presentation. All of those things that I mentioned work best when they work with each other across agencies, localities, private sectors, and community groups in the federal government. And to support that, as the Secretary mentioned, we've convened the Coastal Resilience Technical Advisory Committee to support the development of the Coastal Resilience Master Plan Phase 2, a Resilience Coordination Working Group to generate recommendations on how we can coordinate our resilience efforts across agencies and levels of government, and how we can draw down more federal dollars. These groups met yesterday. A number of you were participating in that, and we appreciate it. And then finally, we have the meeting today, our annual flood resilience meeting. So over the course of today, you're going to hear from a lot of stakeholders who have been taking action to advance flood resilience and preparedness around the state. We hope you find this to be a good opportunity to make new connections in the community, to build awareness of existing programs and work that's going to build flood resilience. And for our part, our hope on DCR's level is to use this opportunity to gather information about how we can integrate these ongoing efforts and collaboration models into our interagency resilience coordination. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here today. I know this is a significant investment of everyone's time. I know you're all incredibly busy, but this is an important challenge. And now I'm going to ask the next panel to come up, and I'm going to introduce them. So next, we are going to hear a panel on Commonwealth resilience planning. I'm going to just ask the participants to come up as I introduce you. And I have their bios somewhere, perhaps. There we go. All right, Tom Berry. Tom is currently the Planning Division Director for the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. Prior to his work with VDEM, Tom served in the U.S. Army, domestically and internationally in various operational capacities at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels. While serving, he participated in numerous deployments to the Middle East, the Balkans, Europe, and Southwest Asia. After serving, Tom directed various emergency services programs at the University of Virginia, Wahoo, while working alongside city, counties, and multiple state agencies. He deployed with the Red Cross and Team Rubicon to numerous disaster relief operations involving hurricanes, wildfires, international repatriation, tornadoes, and flooding. He is a certified emergency manager and has degrees from App State and Baylor University. Thanks for being here, Tom. I ask Robbie Coates to come up. Robbie is the Grants and Recovery Division Director at VDEM. He's been with VDEM since 2007, when he began work with the agency as a hazard mitigation planner. Robbie earned a bachelor's degree in physical science with a concentration in meteorology from the University of Maryland, but Hurricane Katrina shifted his path towards emergency management. He is currently working his 15th federal disaster declaration, all of which have been in Virginia. Prior to transitioning to VDEM's recovery section, Robbie oversaw 2 updates of the state hazard mitigation plan, served as the agency's continuity of operations planner, and worked in the planning section to supporting the Virginia emergency support team. And then finally, I'm going to ask Matt Dallin to come up. Matt is the program manager for DCR's Office of Resilience Planning that is charged with developing the Virginia Coastal Resilience Master Plan, the Virginia Flood Protection Master Plan, a Community Outreach Engagement Plan, and a whole lot of other stuff. He's a very, very busy man. After 14 years in the private sector providing waterfront solution, Matt joined DCR in 2021. We're very happy to have him. He's a professional engineer, certified floodplain manager, and has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Lehigh and a master's degree in ocean and coastal engineering from Oregon State University. Please join me in welcoming our next group of speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Hey, good morning, everybody. As mentioned, my name's Tom Berry. I'm the Virginia Department of Emergency Management's Planning Division Director. And so this morning, just wanted to give you a bit of an overview on a draft plan that we have in place. It speaks to our mitigation efforts. It speaks to response, recovery, and it's been a privilege of mine to work with Carolyn and Matt briefly over the last couple of months to kind of discuss how this strategic plan that is still in draft, but are going to introduce you to interfaces with and works with the DCR's efforts in terms of flood resilience. I'm thankful to be here and appreciate your time. Let's see, next slide. Here we go. So just as an introduction to our organization, you can see at the top there, the state coordinator for emergency management, who is Sean Talmadge. who reports up to the Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security. I report up to Michelle Oblinsky, many of you may know, who's the chief of our VEST, or our Virginia Emergency Support Team, and a Commonwealth Coordination Bureau chief. And within the planning division, what you're seeing there, and I've kind of highlighted in the blocks, are our organizational structure within the planning division. So over on the left, you can see kind of the traditional components of planning at the state level, where we have some all hazards planners. Mentioned earlier was the hazard mitigation plan, which Debbie Messner in the audience here and Stacy McKinley lead the efforts and completion of that. And then, just our efforts as it relates to THIRA and SPR. THIRA is the Threat and Hazard Identification Risk Assessment. So it's one of the 2 risk assessments, and I'll touch on that in a little more depth in just a second. But THIRA being the risk assessment that a lot of people are familiar with, but within the hazard mitigation plan that was shown earlier in a slide, it's part of the hazard mitigation plan, has a hazard identification and risk assessment. So 2 different risk assessments that are completed within that part of the planning division, which identify things like flooding, the flooding risks, hurricane risks, cyber, complex coordinated attack, but it kind of defines, based on history, the risks that we face as a Commonwealth, flooding being the most notable over time. As you work your way over into the center of the graphic, you can see the critical infrastructure program. Steve Dermer, if anybody knows Steve, he's with the Fusion Center now, used to fill that role, and we've recently, in the last couple of weeks, refilled that position. Individual by the name of Amber Laughlin is going to join us on the 10th of July to take over this program in this draft plan that I'm going to present to you, and lead the efforts with state agencies, our regional counterparts, and the localities. And then off to the right, you can see that we have a GIS team that not only supports our planning efforts, but supports all of the Commonwealth emergency management efforts. So as an introduction to the plan, you can see in the top, it is still in draft. And I'll emphasize that a couple of times because although we've interacted a lot with other state agencies, it hasn't been completely coordinated with other state agencies, with localities, and with our private sector, which really it won't be legitimate until we have the opportunity to go through those efforts. As I've talked to our state coordinator, Sean Talmadge, and he's taken a look at the plan. So we've obviously coordinated it internally and with a few state agencies. His 3 charges to me are: 1, we really need to get consensus among all the state agencies in order to move forward. Secondarily, we want to make sure that we have all the right players. So this just isn't about flood resiliency. As I get into this, you'll see how it affects the 16 different critical infrastructure sectors. But we want to make sure all the right players are at the table and we're organized properly. And the third piece of advice and direction he's provided is we want to make sure we have the legal authorities to do what's outlined in this concept that I'm gonna lay out for you. I won't go through all of these bullets, but I'll pull out some of them. You'll see a concept that we have presented, that we present in the strategic draft plan that speaks to centers of gravity. And so the incapacitation or destruction of our critical infrastructure obviously has effects in many ways to our ability to respond and recover from certain events. So efforts that I think you're going to hear from Robbie in just a second in terms of our mitigation efforts are obviously an essential part of those efforts. As I think the third bullet down there where it talks about NCR, Andy John is in the audience, so he's part of VDEM as well, and has worked a lot up in VDEM's Region 7, National Capital Region. And I've interacted a lot with Jake Cazelli, who's the VDEM coordinator up there. And over the past year, they've really taken the elements of this draft plan and started to implement it. So we've utilized a lot of their lessons learned and a lot of their best practices in terms of how they've organized, how they've developed their strategic plan, how they've developed a survey to go out and do assessments, not just, and this just isn't a VDEM effort. He's working with the state of Maryland, the District of Columbia, and then the localities within Virginia to collectively and collaboratively try to identify the critical infrastructure that we want to protect and we want to make more resilient. So we're using that as a model. As you work your way down the bullets, I think another really key component, and as I talked to Sean Talmadge about this and others as well, is the intent behind this is not for VDEM to direct or control anything. It's really a matter of partnering and collaborating and leveraging the expertise of not only DCR, but state agencies across the Commonwealth. You heard earlier the interdependencies that DCR has with other critical infrastructure sectors such as transportation. And so it's really a matter of trying to facilitate collaboration and coordination amongst all state agencies so that together we're more aware of what our situation is and where we can improve. Down toward the bottom, there's a bullet that speaks to coordination with CISA and DoD. And if you're not familiar with CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, so we are connected with, and they've already taken a look at the draft that we've put together for this plan, and also DoD, but private sector plays a huge part in critical infrastructure, as many of you are aware. You know, I've heard a percentage in the past where, you know, if you take a look at our critical infrastructure as a whole, 85% of it is within the private sector. And so there are some initiatives ongoing right now. Virginia Endeavor is one where we're trying to build bridges in terms of information sharing with, you know, with the private infrastructure. So we just don't have a picture of what's in the public arena. In terms of the purpose of the plan, you can see that it provides a strategic framework with other state agencies in the private sector. I've talked a little bit about this already. The idea is together developing a set of annual objectives that will focus on and increase our resilience and ability to identify our centers of gravity and develop strategies to protect our community lifelines. So I've touched on this a couple of times, but just focusing on the formula at the top, where that really goes to is a concept of making sure that we have situational awareness, whether it's to inform our strategies to mitigate our vulnerabilities, or whether it's the idea of understanding our situation so that we can respond to or recover from. When I speak to risks, I'm really speaking about those two risk assessments mentioned earlier, the THIRA, Threat Hazard Identification Risk Assessment, and the HIRA, which is the Hazard Identification Risk Assessment. Two risk assessments done within the planning division that identify the threats and the hazards that make us vulnerable, many of which are natural disasters, some of which are man-made. As I mentioned earlier, hurricane, flooding, tornadoes, biohazards, nuclear, radiological, or some of the hazards that have been identified in both of those risk assessments. As you work your way over the idea of centers of gravity, the idea behind this really is taken from some military planning, where if you take away your centers of gravity, in the terms that we're speaking today, the critical infrastructure as it relates to those different sectors, whether it be flooding, dams, transportation, or the others you'll see in the next slide. If you take those away, it decreases our resilience and it compromises our community lifelines. So together, understanding our risks, having an idea of our centers of gravity, and then coupled with the intelligence that we gain from the fusion center, it gives us the situational awareness we need to plan for before, during, and after disasters. As it relates to the organization and the goals of the draft strategic plan that we have in place, It's built around the a state working group that used to be organized, and we're just going to bring that back together. You'll see the players of that on a subsequent slide, but it's composed of what's called sector risk management state agencies or state agencies, and they're aligned with the sector-specific sector-specific agencies at the federal level. You'll see a graphic of this in the next slide, and the critical infrastructures. The draft concept suggests identifying a state agency lead. So obviously there'll be several state agencies that are composed within the state working group with the goal of achieving three things. Working from the bottom to engage critical infrastructure stakeholders from public and private sectors. The second goal is to develop an implementation plan that defines annual and multi-year priorities and objectives. And the third is to develop a process for identifying, assessing, and documenting state critical infrastructure. This graphically portrays what I just talked through in the previous slide. You can work your way from the bottom up. The sector risk management state agencies are those agencies that we want to pull together to form the state working group. Those bubbles about in the center of the slide are the 16 different critical infrastructure sectors, and then we would identify leads for each of those to become part of the state critical infrastructure working group. The opportunities, you could read this almost to be some of the challenges that we envision working together as a group, but really see them as opportunities, is the idea of data sharing. I mentioned earlier, 85% of the critical infrastructure across the, in general, is private sector related. So getting private sector agencies to the table and identifying vehicles to share that information is an opportunity we have. Private sector engagement is obviously an opportunity. State agency support. So like I said, this is in draft now. We really want to, over the next couple of months, we'll get Amber on board and we'll start, we'll coordinate it with the state agencies, gain feedback to make it a better plan and try to gain consensus. Determining the necessary authorities. You know, we have authorities in place right now, but what Sean has charged us with is to work with legal counsel just to make sure we have the appropriate ones, and if not, work with the state government to identify what we might need, and then consider the vehicles needed to conduct the assessments. So just a final slide as I transition to Robbie's presentation is the risk if we do nothing. Really, it's not a complicated question, I think, to answer. Many of you could probably fill into this, but to me, I think the value we have in bringing the state working group together and achieving those three goals that I mentioned, developing annual and multi-year objectives, is right now we're reliant on information that is fed to us from localities, from regions, from other state agencies, and we're pretty siloed. Right now, we don't have a consolidated list at the state level of critical infrastructure that we could utilize for making decisions for mitigation, for response, or for recovery. Secondarily, I think if we do nothing, we're a little bit less informed than maybe we are right now, informed collectively. I think all of us are pretty well informed, perhaps as we work in, within our different lanes, but I think the consolidation of these efforts will better inform our decision making as it relates to resilience opportunities. And then thirdly is by not consolidating our efforts and collaborating, we're not considering the perspectives as much as maybe we could if we had a formal way of bringing together the ideas. We're not leveraging perspectives and the strengths that all of us as state government, private sector, the whole community offers to the issue at hand. So that's a brief overview of what we've put together in terms of the strategic critical infrastructure draft plan that you hope that you'll hear more about in the future. But we just wanted to appreciate the opportunity from Matt, Carolyn, and DCR, the opportunity to present this to you this morning. So thank you. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, that's not. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit just how the planning process in general influences our grant programs at VDEM. We rely heavily on the hazard mitigation plan to identify what our priorities are for flooding and other hazards that Tom had mentioned. And there's also a requirement for local governments to have a approved and adopted hazard mitigation plan to access our funding streams and have those projects identified. So there is a kind of carrot and stick approach of planning, grant application, and going through. We do have a very close relationship with DCR and their flood insurance program. A lot of our projects happen in the floodplain, so there's a huge coordination there with DCR. So I'm going to talk about what FEMA calls the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Suite of grant programs, all of which are directly tied to having a state-approved hazard mitigation plan as well as a locally approved hazard mitigation plan. As mentioned, we have Andy John in the audience. He's our division director for our Western regions. Each of our regions have a all hazards planner embedded in each region, and they provide planning support to each of the planning districts and local governments as they go through their planning updates. And we provide the funding through FEMA to support those planning updates. So intent of these programs is really to break the cycle of repetitive flooding, of flood damage, repair, damage, repair, damage, repair, repeat. So it's really designed for that aspect of it. And so the grants are also designed to look at the most likelihood of flooding, the highest risk structures. If we're talking about residential structures, the risk is assessed on a structure by structure basis to be able to meet the grant requirement qualifications. So our kind of strategy is to have a continuous cycle of applications. The application process sometimes might take a year or so through actually applying, building an application. We provide technical support to local governments that approach us that are interested in trying to solve whatever flood problem they have. We look at these grant programs and we try to match up the best funding source for their particular issue. These 4 programs, I'm going to go back, generally have very similar project eligibility types. So we could, in theory, be working with a locality to develop a brick application, the first one, and a disaster happens and the hazard mitigation grant program is turned on, can then have a funding source where we could move that application over to that. So it's really having that constant dialogue with local governments and trying to build project applications. One of the focuses over the past couple years has been our most vulnerable communities. During the COVID pandemic, we had a study done by Deloitte, which identified the most vulnerable communities in terms of population and flood risk. You can see those 40 localities represented here. We did several workshops with these localities, and then we actually had brought on contractual support to help them develop project applications. So building resilient infrastructure in communities, this is a fairly new program. It came on board in 2020. It is a nationally competitive program. It's really based for those very large scale projects that are infrastructure based, hence the name. Virginia has, I think, Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, over 400 million last year we submitted. 320 million in project applications for the FY22 cycle. And so we're still kind of feeling out how this program's working, how we can be more competitive with our grant applications, but just some notable projects. Right now, we're working with a nonprofit called the All Hazards Consortium on building a project to have, it's an energy scoping project to have portable generators for critical infrastructure, which really ties into the work Tom's doing. In Virginia Beach, there's the Eastern Shore Drive Drainage Improvement Project, which was funded under 2021 BRIC. That one's also in the Coastal Resilience Master Plan. And in the 2020 iteration of BRIC, the town of Tangier is actually funded to do a microgrid feasibility study. Just give you an idea of some notable projects that are being funded through this program. Flood mitigation assistance, the real focus here is on areas where there is flood insurance through the National Flood Insurance Program. The program was really designed in 1990s to identify the most at-risk structures that are filing the most flood insurance claims, develop a grant program to mitigate them so they're no longer filing claims and draining the National Flood Insurance Program. So we have some notable projects here as well. The Old Town Road Pump Station project, also listed in the Coastal Resilience Management Plan, is funded through this program. City of Chesapeake has a acquisition and demolition project for several homes in the city, and the City of Gloucester has an elevation project. We have many more projects in these, but these are just notable ones, and also to give you an example of the types of projects that local governments are applying for and are getting funded. Hazard Mitigation Grant Program is only available after a presidential disaster declaration, but is our most flexible program in terms of funding because it's not a nationally competitive program, and Virginia can set the priorities for the grant program based on the disaster. So we have had funded, the majority of our projects in Virginia has actually been funded through this program due to that nature. And some of the slides that Matt presented earlier shows all the disaster declarations we've had. This funding program becomes available. So here's just some notable projects too. It's not just residential acquisitions and elevations. We do infrastructure projects as well. There was a project that was just completed in King George along the Potomac. It was a soil stabilization project, huge project. The town of South Boston is doing a buyout and revitalization of their downtown. City of Hampton has their North Armistead Resilience Project, which is also in the Coastal Resilience Management Plan, and I believe we got Hampton folks here today. And then we did a big buyout project in the town of Wise. Also wanted to show that this program, we have communities all across the Commonwealth that are participating in this program, big and small. So it is something that if there is the local buy-in and support and resources, that the program can be implemented. So we also have one program in particular that I want to discuss is the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program, which went away and was replaced by BRIC, but then came back in the form of congressional earmarks. So we have some projects in the PDM world where, again, acquisitions and demolition. Roanoke has gotten a lot more active in that space. We have a huge project in Chesterfield to protect the water treatment plant. And then town of Vinton has some acquisitions of some mobile home parks in the floodplain. So all these projects are designed to reduce the future risk of flooding and reduce the future risk of basically having to deal with that. We also are working with the Virginia Modeling and Simulation Center at ODU on assessing post-flood effectiveness of these grant programs. So they have just finished their third success story for the program. We've done one in Russell County. There's been one done in Louisetta, and the other one has been done in the city of Chesapeake. We're going to be posting these on our website soon, make those available. but it's really a post-flood evaluation of how effective, and it's mostly looking at in terms of dollars saved from the actual upfront cost of the project. So we have an MOU with VMASC, and we're looking to do one of these a year and just continue to build and tell the story of how effective these grant programs are. Also, to stay informed on our grant programs, we have a link where folks can go and register for updates. We push our updates out through a constant contact listserv. So you can go to our website and you can sign up for grant emails, notifications. We push out information on when the funding's available through this source. So we encourage folks to take advantage of that resource. And that's it. It's going to turn it over to Matt.
All right. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone again. Talking about DCR and just giving you all an overview of who we are and the reporting structure. So Department of Conservation and Recreation is in the Secretary of Natural and Historic Resources, Travis Voyles, who we saw this morning, who is also our Chief Resilience Officer. We have Director Matt Wells of DCR, and then historically, there was a division of dam safety and floodplain management within DCR. That single division has now been split into two divisions and one office. So we now have the Division of Dam Safety, which includes our enforcement team, our dam engineers, dam modeling and data management team. We have a division of floodplain management that is the NFIP coordinator, the NFIP team, and also has our grants management team. And then now we have an Office of Resilience Planning that is charged with managing our plans. So what are some of the responsibilities, both of the Chief Resilience Officer, who we are reporting to, as well as DCR for resilience planning? Well, first we have plan developments that we're charged with developing, administering, and implementing these plans. And this includes the Coastal Resilience Master Plan, which phase 1 was released in December of 21, and we're currently working on phase 2. Also, we have the statewide flood protection master plan, which by code was scheduled to be released in December of 26, but has been advanced a year, and we're looking to get that out by December of 2025. And then it also includes our biannual status of flood resilience report that we work with the CRO on, and that is scheduled to come out next month of this year. So that's a lot of the planning activities that we're working on, but those plans can't happen with us alone. So there's a lot of coordination that goes into that. This annual coordination meeting is one example of some of that coordination, as well as trying to make data and information available to others that are planning for their localities, their communities, and their regions. And then we're also responsible for implementing some of these plans. So DCR can provide technical assistance to localities for their planning efforts. We also provide money through the grants and loans that the director talked about earlier, through the Flood Fund, Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund, as well as the Dam Safety Flood Protection Plan grants as well. So this is how we kind of working in progress, developing plans, coordinating with others, as well as giving the money and technical support to move forward with implementation. And so this is what kind of our organization looks like in just who are we working with, who's responsible. We have our Chief Resilience Officer. There is a vacant position, the SACAP or Special Assistant to the Governor for Coastal Adaptation and Protection, our Office of Resilience Planning, as well as external consulting support, because we have a relatively small office for the Office of Resilience Planning and have a lot of work to do. So we bring on outside contractors to help us do this work. But we're also coordination. So who we're working with, there's the Coastal Resilience Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC, that's there to inform and advise on the Coastal Resilience Master Plan. And they can also inform and be made aware of activities for the statewide plan. We have public outreach and engagement that we're charged with doing, which is a whole community approach. So not just state agencies, but communities, localities, NGOs. We'll talk a little bit more about our outreach and engagement and our community outreach and engagement plan later. Again, we have this annual coordination meeting. Just because we have this meeting doesn't mean this is all the coordination we plan to do with you all once a year. There will be a need to have more coordination beyond this, especially for some agencies that we work with a lot, VDEM and others in this place. So please don't see this as the only opportunity to coordinate with us. There needs to be more beyond this. And then we have our Resilience Coordination Working Group, which is scheduled to be completed and report out in November. And then we'll see what happens beyond that. And then the plans we're working on developing and ultimately getting implementation, turning those plans into action, and then coming back every 5 years and reassessing, creating new plans, and making more action. So where are we at with Coastal Resilience Master Plan Phase 2? Again, this is due December of next year. There's 3 main components, maybe 4 main components that we're required to do per code. And so focusing on that up top, incorporating all of our major flood hazards. So phase 1 of the Coastal Resilience Master Plan looked at our coastal flooding, so storm surge and tidal flooding, but it did not include riverine flooding that does exist in the coastal zone, as well as pluvial or rainfall driven flooding as well. So working to incorporate those hazards by utilizing existing FEMA data for some of the fluvial data. And then on the pluvial side, we're working currently to model those hazards as the precipitation exists now in our current day, but also looking forward. And we have projections of increased precipitation across all of the Commonwealth. And so what would that look like in the future? Because as we plan for the future, we really want to consider what does the future look like while being aware of what has happened in the past. And so with that increased knowledge of where flooding is and can be in the future, what is that impacting? What is the exposure from those flooding? Whether it's our human infrastructure, our natural infrastructure, and our built infrastructure, what is the exposure? Trying to understand what the risk is for this in the coastal zone. And so we were working on updating our risk assessment that we did in the phase 1 to include all major flood hazards, and that will be done next year and then feed into our plan. We also want to know what is going on, what projects are currently being done across the coastal region to address and really build flood resilience in this region. And so we have an online Coastal Resilience Web Explorer that has a project list. The current Web Explorer project list is based on a data call that we conducted in the summer of 2021. We're working to add to that so we can consistently see new projects coming in as well as projects developing over time. So this gives the state a broader view of what is going on. It also gives localities in different regions a view into what your neighbors are doing. Can we partner up and do something together and get some economies of scale? What this also lets us do is see where isn't there a project or an initiative planned? And if there is a risk there, well, why isn't something going on? Is it just they didn't have the capacity to enter it into the system? Were they not aware of the risk? Or they weren't able to develop a project? So that gaps analysis of what isn't happening will be a critical part to help us plan to move forward and try to close those gaps and increase our flood resilience. Lastly is the outreach and engagement. Last on the list, but not least in the importance. We need input from the whole community on this process of what we're doing from our federal partners, our state agency partners, the PDCs, localities, NGOs, and communities. How do we get the message out to what we're doing? How do we receive input back on how these plans could impact their lives, provide value to them? And so trying to establish those communication pathways. We have our quarterly technical advisory meetings, which are public meetings. We also are going to start hosting subcommittee meetings in the next couple of months. There's 4 subcommittees for the Coastal Resilience Master Plan. We have project prioritization, funding, research data and innovation, as well as coordination and outreach. And then also just ongoing public outreach and engagement with our stakeholders. We cannot do this alone as a single agency and expect us to know everything and do everything for the Commonwealth. We need everybody to pitch in, give us information. We know this coordination is work. It's going to create additional work, but we're hoping that that work works for you and creates value in the work that you're doing as well. And so looking ahead, after we get past the Coastal Resilience Master Plan Phase 2 and working towards our statewide plan, which again, we're moving up a year from 26 to 25, how does this work together with our regional plan and a statewide plan? At the same time, there are locally led resilience planning and comp plans and hazard mitigation plans going on. To the director's guiding principles, this needs to be a cohesive, comprehensive planning approach. They all need to be aware of each other's activities and trying to integrate so we're not duplicating our work efforts and not conflicting on those work efforts. So we have our state-led efforts, which at the top level is the statewide flood protection master plan. Then we have another state level effort, which is our regional plan. Right now we have a coastal resilience master plan, but that's only the 8 coastal PDCs. As we discussed, flooding impacts all of the Commonwealth. So looking at creating additional regional master plans, whether it be a Piedmont and a Mountain and Valleys plan or some other 3 or 4 different kind of super regions that we're looking to have a state-led effort. This is also then getting informed by these locally led efforts. And so we're providing funding for some of that through the Community Flood Preparedness Fund to create resilience plans to get access to the resilient dollars through the flood fund, as well as the hazard mitigation plans that FEMA is supporting and their comprehensive plans. Again, trying to build resilience into all of this, very similarly as safety is built into all of our daily lives. How do we kind of build resilience across the board and make it common practice? So again, looking ahead, this is how we envision our statewide flood protection master plan, is that we're coming together with state agencies, trying to guide our state policy at the top level. What is our vision for the Commonwealth that we're working towards for flood resilience? What information do we have and do we need to make more informed decisions moving forward, not only for our decision making, but for regional and local and personal decision making? What information is needed? The critical risk assessment, which Tom talked about, and again, partnering with VDEM, not wanting to duplicate their efforts, but work with them. They're critical infrastructure for all hazards, while ours is focused on flooding. And then what are we going to do to implement that? So we're hoping to come out of this statewide plan with a list of actions to take and make progress on for the next 5 years until we do this again. And then we can evaluate what we did, understand the current situation, and plan again. So that's what we see as the statewide flood protection master plan. Again, moving it up a year to December of 25. Now we get to our future coastal resilience master plan. So this isn't phase 2 in December of 24, but the next round after we do our state plan for the coastal region, as well as those other regions, to have plans across the entire Commonwealth. And this is more for what's going on in the region and the localities. What are their prioritized needs? And then what are the actions that they want to do to address those needs? How do we pay for it and implement it? So what is the dollar need? How much money is available? Is there, well, we know there's going to be more money needed, right? So how do we get that money there? And then working together with others. So again, not going it alone, working with our federal, state, and local partners, the communities, working together in a coordinated, comprehensive approach. And so this is what this long-term schedule looks like. We've tried to build it out to 2030. So again, phase 2, 2024. I guess I skipped the biannual status report up top. That's the biannual reports every 2 years, 23, 25, 27, 29. We've got phase 2 coming out December of 24, the statewide plan December of 25, and then from those plans, working on data development information. So not just hard data, but what do we need to know? How do we share it to inform the regional plans, which would be coming out around 28, 29, and then to our next statewide plan in 2030. So we are looking to the future and trying to integrate these plans so that they do work together. Planning cannot happen unless we're engaging others. Again, we cannot create these plans in a black box and be siloed. We have to work with others. And so our principles for this engagement effort is whole community. Again, that means federal partners, state agencies, PDCs, localities, communities, NGOs, giving everybody the access and opportunity to have a voice, creating a space for input and to receive information, trying to understand what works for them. And we know we will need different approaches for different regions. It is not going to be just a one set plan. They will need tailored approaches based on the needs, the hazard, the risk, and the other activities that are going on. And so that is a lot of coordination and communication that needs to occur for this to be successful. And so we're looking to collaborate with other existing efforts that are already going on. Again, we are aware that this planning is happening at the regional scale, it's happening at the local scale, it's happening with some of our state agency partners as well. We do not want to duplicate efforts. How do we work together to provide value to our stakeholders? We know we need more work to do on our vulnerable communities, and we're looking at providing additional flood awareness and outreach to just build the base level of information to try to drive people to this planning process. So making them more aware of what the flood risk is, what the options are, and understand that the state, the regions, the local governments are taking action, and what that action is and where they can participate, not just at the state level, but within their local government planning, within the regional planning, trying to drive them into this planning process. And so those are our main plans that we're working on, the statewide plan and then the regional plans. This is our biannual status of flood resilience report. Again, this would be coming out next month. The draft is currently under review. And what we're charged with, what the Chief Resilience Officer is charged with, and DCR's providing support for this, is where are we? What is the status of resilience planning across the Commonwealth? And what is the critical risk infrastructure, critical infrastructure risk? For this initial biannual status report, this is our first report coming out. For the critical infrastructure risk assessment, it will not be what's at risk. We're creating the framework, again, working with VDEM on understanding how do we do this together. We're just looking at flood risk. They're looking at multi-hazards. We're going to be working with the same stakeholders. As Tom mentioned, 85% of critical infrastructure related to the private sector. How do we do this together and move forward? So this first report should be coming out next month. Where we see DCR in this process is if we are able to work with VDEM on communications with the critical infrastructure owners, if DCR can provide the flood risk information. Where do we see the flood risk now, and more importantly, into the future, where that data doesn't exist? So we're working on the pluvial. We have the coastal. We do not have the future fluvial risks. That's something we would hope to have in the future. And then incorporating those critical infrastructure risk assessments, they'll go into our status reports, but then also integrating that into the regional plans, the state plans, again, coordinated and comprehensive efforts. Mention it again, the state agency coordination. We need to work with you all on this. DCR largely is not an asset owner. We own some property, natural heritage, state parks. We're not a critical infrastructure owner. But so we need to be working with others that have the ability to implement and take action to protect their people, their property, and their structures. So this is need help and working with state agencies again to inform us, work with us, and we're hoping that you all get value out of this for either the assets or the missions that you need to accomplish. And not only can we not do this alone and need to work with you, but we need to bring on extra support to actually develop and implement all of these plans. So DCR is planning on releasing an RFP next month to bring in additional support. This would be a multi-year qualification-based contract where we can award one or multiple contracts to help us with the different efforts that we have going on. It's going to be a task order based contract so that we can be flexible as the needs arise over time. We're not going to know exactly what that scope of work is for the next 3 years is going to be. We know it's going to change. So having flexibility in this contract will allow us to be flexible to understand the different needs from the state agencies and other partners to be successful to deliver these plans. We currently have Dewberry under contract. They helped us with the Coast Resilience Master Plan Phase 1. They're still under contract. They're doing work on updating our Web Explorer as well as working on the pluvial modeling. We're also looking at having additional support for that general outreach and awareness campaign effort, as well as for IT and other kind of database technical solutions that have to go through VITA because of the contracting requirements. What are we doing? The director talked about forward-looking round 4 for the CFPF and the Resilient Virginia Revolving Fund. I just want to take a look back and talk about the money that has already been put into the system. So in the first 3 grant rounds, already $97 million have been put out to local communities and regional communities. That is over about a 15-month period. So a lot of money has already gone out. Another $80 million on tap through flood fund and 18.5 through revolving loan. So the money is getting out there to help with these local and regional efforts. We want them to be developing their own, helping inform our plans, again, working together. Another big point here is that more than half, even I think it's about 2/3 of the money that has gone out has gone to the low income geographic areas. That is a big push, trying to get the money where it needs to go to help the people that are most vulnerable to this flood risk. And so we're hoping to continue that trend moving forward. And so talking about supporting local plans, this is a map. We saw the combined flood risk map earlier. Again, risk is throughout the Commonwealth, a big corridor along I-81, south side, and then our coastal risk. And we can see where there's already resilience plans that are either approved or have been funded through CFPF in progress. And so we've taken great strides to cover a lot of the very high and relatively high risk areas, but we still see gaps, right? Where there's still a relatively moderate flood risk, we don't have plans there yet. And so these are some key areas where the risk exists, but we don't have the plans to address this, at least a resilience plan. These areas do all have hazard mitigation plans. Each hazard mitigation plan across the Commonwealth addresses flooding. But we're also looking to get more forward-looking resilience planning support in these areas. All right, we're going to get started with our next session, which is on state and federal resilience opportunities. I'm going to introduce our 4 presenters. I'm going to ask for them to come up to the front and sit down, and then we'll just go through the presentations. Again, a reminder, this mic is for the online feed. This mic here is for the in-room. So if you feel like it needs to be louder, we can move it up and closer as well. All right, so first up we have from the Virginia Coastal Zone Management Program, Laura McKay. Laura McKay is the manager of the CZM program, a network of state agencies and coastal localities led by DEQ that implements laws and policies to protect and enhance our coastal resources. This program is funded by NOAA with about $3.1 million per year. These funds support projects such as ocean planning, coastal resilience, technical assistance, fisheries and aquaculture, habitat protection and restoration, public access, and ecotourism. They do a lot, and we're thankful for it. Thank you. Laura earned her bachelor's degree in environmental studies from Smith College and her master's degree in policy and analysis from the Rockefeller Institute of Public Affairs at SUNY Albany. She was the assistant director of the New York State Sea Grant Institute from 1983 to 86 and has been with Virginia Coastal Zone Management Program since 1988, nearly 35 years, and we're sad to see her leave soon. So thank you, Laura. After Laura, we're going to have a presentation from the Department of Housing and Community Development from Bill Curtis. Bill serves as the Assistant Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development for the Commonwealth of Virginia. He's a graduate of Savannah State University in Savannah, Georgia, and holds a master's degree from the United States Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. Mr. Curtis is a retired Navy Supply Corps captain and has held command as well as assignment in numerous senior positions. Mr. Curtis is a member of Alpha Phi Lambda chapter of the Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated, representing the Norfolk, Virginia Beach. He is also a member of Hampton Roads Black Caucus Board of Directors and is the immediate past chairman of STOP Inc. Board of Directors. Mr. Curtis is the president and owner of Alutum Management. Close enough? Sorry. Alatum? How do you say it, Bill? Alatum Management Consultants. And he and his wife, Audrey, are members of the Trinity Church. They are parents of 2 adult children and reside in Virginia Beach. Up next, from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in the Norfolk District and the Virginia Silver Jackets, is Paul Moy. Got it. Paul is a civil engineer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers located in Norfolk. He works in the Floodplain Management Services section within the Planning and Policy Branch and Water Resources Division. Paul is a graduate of Old Dominion University, where he received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Civil Engineering. He's a licensed PE and certified floodplain manager. In addition to supporting FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program and the FEMA Corps and NOAA National Hurricane Program. Thank you, Paul. And then last but not least, from the United States Navy and Navy Region Mid-Atlantic is Brian Ballard. Brian will be joining us remotely for our 4th presentation. Brian is a native of Chattanooga, Tennessee, but has lived in Norfolk for more than 20 years. He served as the Supervisory Regional Community Plans and Liaison Officer for Navy Region Mid-Atlantic since 2014. He has also served as the Installation Community Planning and Liaison Officer for Joint Expeditionary Base Little Creek, Fort Story in Virginia Beach for 3 years. Prior to working with the Navy, Brian worked in local government, land use planning, and environmental capacities, including for the cities of Hampton, Norfolk, and Chesapeake. Mr. Ballard holds a master's degree from the University of Charleston in environmental studies and is a certified professional planner by the American Institute of Certified Planners. Thank you for the panelists, and we'll start off with Laura.
Thank you, Matt, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. It is incredible to think I'm in my last couple of weeks of this job. It's been really a wonderful job. So, but let's jump into it. What is the Virginia Coastal Zone Management Program? Hopefully, a number of you in the audience know, but just very quickly to go through it. We're a network of state agencies and coastal localities, and we are just operating in the coastal zone, which is defined by all the cities, counties, and towns that touch on tidal waters. So we are guided by an interagency coastal policy team, and some of you are in the room, including Debbie and Robbie from DEM, as well as Matt and Troy from Sea Grant. We have a pretty inclusive group, and we meet about twice a year, usually in January, February, and again in September. And so what the program is the collection of laws and policies, Virginia laws and policies that protect our coastal resources. And those have all been approved by NOAA. And by virtue of that approval, we receive the funding, federal funding from NOAA. We don't get any state money, it's all federal money. And we also get the authority to require that federal actions are consistent with our state coastal laws and policies. So, keep switching hands here. So this is kind of what we call our wagon wheel. This is what the network looks like in terms of the enforcement policies of the program. There are a lot of other agencies that are members of the team. I won't go through all of those, but you can see the variety of laws and policies that are the program. Some of them at the local level, like the wetlands and dunes laws. And that's what is to our program. So the major goals of the program, we lump them into these three categories. And it used to be that every 4 years we had to establish the program through an executive order with the governor. A couple years ago, under Governor Northam, we were able to put together what's called a continuation letter. So the program continues in perpetuity, and we don't have to worry every 4 years if we're going to keep going. So the executive order originally had these goals. We've updated them over the years, but basically they lump into the resource protection, sustainable uses, and coordination. And so to jump into what have we done on climate preparedness? Well, we started worrying about climate change back in 2000. And since then, we've funded 137 grants, 6.35 million. And those grants have gone to the coastal planning districts, VIMS, Wetlands Watch, William and Mary's Coastal Policy Center, which we're so sad has been shut down, and a couple to DEQ and Marine Resources Commission and UVA. And of all those projects, 70 of them have been nature-based and 42 community-based. So we have all of our products on our website. And just to run through some of what the nature-based projects look like, it's everything from dune protection to shoreline inventories and change classification, sill design research, conservation targeting for resilience, looking at our conservation areas, whether they're state parks, natural areas, wildlife management areas, how resilient are they going to be as sea level rises and flooding and so forth continues. We've worked on the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act to update that with sea level rise considerations. Even looking at ecotourism, especially in the rural localities, as a mechanism for promoting resilience. If we have a lot of conserved lands and people are appreciating them and using them, those lands aren't requiring a lot of maintenance and so forth. And so building up ecotourism is just one more way to improve our resilience. Working on integrated shoreline management plans to make sure all of our coastal laws are fitting together as property owners want to deal with what's happening on their shoreline, making sure it all integrates and works together, and doing some training for living shoreline contractors. And then some of the community-based projects look like this. We work on the regional scale for climate change adaptation. Again, a lot of the planning districts take on those kinds of projects. We've had a few projects on transportation inundation, especially over on the Eastern Shore. What do we do when the roads are all flooded and you can't get to places? A lot of sea level rise planning for communities, climate adaptation, work group support, and supporting groups like on the Eastern Shore, the COG group over there, their work group. A lot of projects on community rating system, trying to help localities qualify for a lowered flood insurance for their homeowners, and looking at a lot of sea level rise based elevation data that is a quicker way to find out what's going to be at risk. And again, road flooding analysis, and another great tool that's been going on for a few years with UVA and the Coastal Policy Center and ODU was this resilience adaptation feasibility tool. which is basically a checklist that you run through with the local government to see where their vulnerabilities are, and that gives them a roadmap for what they might need to do next. And then another way we look at our funding is through every 3 years, the coastal policy team chooses a focal area for a pot of money. It's usually about $500,000. And for the past 6 or more years now, it's been coastal hazards, coastal resilience that we focused on. And while we already were giving funding to each of the 8 coastal planning districts for technical assistance to their communities, under the focal area, we added an additional $30,000 to each PDC to help them with their work on resilience. And then we also have had some other projects to VIMS here that you can see some subcontracts to other state agencies, but looking at future migration patterns for wildlife and habitat shifts and policy options for dealing with those habitat shifts. So we're worried not only about the built community, but the natural community and what's going to happen to wildlife and habitats as sea level rises and flooding happens and drought happens and species shift into cooler temperatures and so forth. So our current focal area projects are these. Again, working with the planning districts, trying to promote protection of conserved lands through ecotourism. And they've done some terrific marketing work. This is at the top there, you see the website for the Virginia Water Trails Network. And this is, again, Accomack, Northampton, Middle Peninsula, Northern Neck, and the rural part of the Richmond region. And they've been working on that together for quite a few years. And they do ecotour guide certification as well. The projects that are going to start in October 23 are listed here. Again, we're repeating the additional technical assistance to the planning district commissions, and hopefully that's helping them support the Coastal Resilience Master Plan work that Matt's working on. We've got a project to VIMS, and I think Molly Mitchell's here, working on some coastal resilience data, and Karina Nunez at VIMS as well. And then for DCR's Natural Heritage Program, again, looking at the conserved state lands and what's going to be happening with them as the climate changes. And then finally, we're going to start a new project with Department of Energy. They're going to try to look at where is the aggregate that can be used for road elevations closest to the areas that are going to need it. So that'll be an interesting, different kind of project for us. So then we have another pot of money that we call, it's called Section 309 of the Coastal Zone Act, and this is match-free money for projects to develop new enforceable policies. And so as you can see here, we have a couple of 3 strategies that we've been running for several years, one on coastal hazards and one on ocean resources and marine debris. So looking at that coastal hazards strategy, that runs out, it started in 21 and will run through our FY25 fiscal year. So that's adding up to not quite $1 million. And I have to say, all these dollar amounts pale in comparison to what's coming through the RGGI funds and so forth. But sometimes we find that just having a little bit, but having it every year and knowing you can count on it can make a really big difference. So we've been glad to be able to support that. But for the really exciting, let's see, oops, oh, there we go. I almost skipped one slide. So these are the projects under Section 309 that are current and will run through this 5-year period. So again, keep continuing to work on that RAFT feasibility tool, kind of county by county or PDC by PDC, and the community rating system work that Wetlands Watch has a grant from us to do. And Middle Peninsula Planning District is looking at working waterfronts and what's going to happen to them as sea level rises, needing to prepare for that. Continuing the RAFT workshops, and Hampton Roads PDC has an interesting grant looking at creating a review assess document that will make for quick permitting for resilience projects, or for exemptions to the permit for floodplain projects. So this is what we're calling the summer of money. So this is where the big bucks are starting to come in for our program. The first pot is a competition at the state level. We ran a competition last year. These are funds that we compete for nationally, and they're for land acquisition or habitat restoration, but it's all for climate-ready coasts. So again, protecting the land, acquiring land, and making sure that it stays in a natural state. So we will have letters of intent that are due to us July 14th in a couple of weeks. So that's coming up. And that's just the schedule. I will go through that quickly. And then there's 3 more pots of money that are coming through us. And interestingly, these are not even competitive. They're just going to come to us. And so they fund a person we just hired, Lucas Manweiler, who's our conservation coordinator. And he'll be working with the policy team and underserved communities and tribes to look at how we can spend these monies. So for each of these pots of money, we'll follow this process where we get LOIs from our coastal policy team, go through a scoring process, and then we will decide which things to fund. And then there's an additional opportunity from NOAA. This is not money that's coming through CZM. Anyone can apply, and but it's a huge amount. It's $575 million. But that's nationally, and again, not much compared to what the state has, but really a broad opportunity for resilience work. And I know I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to read through that. And then there's a couple more that you should be aware of through National Marine Fisheries Service for habitat funding, fish passage, that sort of thing. And I think that was my last slide. And there are even more opportunities too. If you look at the NOAA website, there's money coming through from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act to a lot of federal agencies. And so there's just incredible opportunity right now. But the thing is, this money is only for 5 years. And so as a state, we need to make sure that we're thinking beyond that too. But now's the time to apply for grants. We were told by our Coastal States organization, don't be taking summer vacation, get these applications in. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I am Bill Curtis, and I'm the Assistant Director at the Department of Housing and Community Development. And I just got a few things to share with you this morning. If I can figure this out first. Did well first time. Okay. There. Just a few bullets in terms of preparedness. We are not directly, DHCD is not directly engaged with that, but indirectly we're all over the place because we do deal with all things housing. Just a few items about what we do. We managed Go Virginia, which many are familiar with. We also support housing initiatives and issue grants through the Community Development Block Grant Program. We manage and distribute the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, that is not for the jurisdictions that don't receive it directly from HUD. We do weatherization. We do broadband. We manage the rent relief program that is that's now gone away. And we also have a large division is building and fire regulations codes. And that's really where our biggest touch point is in preparedness. So I'll look at just talking about the fact that we don't have any resiliency restrictions in any of our grants, not directly. Any restrictions would come at the local, zoning and planning boards in the local jurisdictions. So when we provide the money, and we provide a lot of gap funding for housing related programs, that is where the restrictions are. If there are any for resiliency related issues, we deal with local zoning and planning. We do we were awarded the National Disaster Resilience Grant, and I'll go into that in a little bit of detail. And then, of course, we'll talk about building codes. So, National Disaster Resilience, as you can see there, in 2014, HUD released that notice of funding availability, and we competed. We ended up DHCD prepared the grants addressing the needs of the specifications within this grant. And we were awarded $120 million as one of the state finalists. And what we did with that was we worked on 2 projects with that money. One was the Ohio Creek Watershed Program, which many of you in the room are aware of as well. 112 million went there, and that was to address the major flooding concerns there, approve connection to the remainder of the city, deconcentrate poverty, and strengthen the neighborhood community in general. Very important. We discovered, and it was important to identify that we could not sever the flood concerns from the community, because that is who it ultimately benefits. And last week we had a ribbon cutting there. The secretary was there, and we appreciate his presence because now that that program is completed, and if you get a chance in the Norfolk area, go down and take a look at it. Give the city resilience officer a call, and he'll walk you through it. It's very, very impressive. And the second component of the funding was a nonprofit that we support called RISE. And what they do is help coastal communities adapt to climate change and sea level rise. And we provided them through this program $5.5 million, but we had an additional $5 million in state matching funds. And what they do is they engage in a number of challenges, or you might call them competitions. And they work with incubators. And they work with these local companies, and actually it's a global. We've had competitors from around the world who come and address specific resiliency related issues. Now, as you well know, if a jurisdiction, city has its own concerns about resiliency, flooding, mitigation, there are always pop-ups, always people in those areas who have developed approaches to try and work with that, mitigate it. And we want to reach out to them as well, and that's what RISE does. Now, RISE is going to, Paul Robinson, who is the CEO, is going to provide a briefing this afternoon, so I'm not going to steal his thunder, but that is something that we consider very important, and we think it's been tremendously successful. And we touch a lot of communities. It's been primarily in the coastal regions. So what we've done now is in March, we initiated a challenge or competition regarding flood insurance. And right now we are working on the next one, which is going to be flood mitigation in riverine and mountainous areas. In fact, Paul and I were out west in Southwest Virginia most of last week, meeting with the local PDCs and jurisdictions to discuss what we intend to do and to get them to be actively engaged and provide us their needs, their concerns, their priorities. But Paul will provide more of that for you. And then finally, resiliency and building codes. And please bear with me as I read a little bit of this, because this is really our biggest touch point in regards to resiliency. And it underpins how we design and construct housing and other building types, focus on safety. And there's been a shift to think more broadly, incorporating aspects of sustainability and resilience. So that's important. Building codes, fundamental contributor to community resilience. Community cannot be resilient without resilient buildings, and resilience in the built environment starts strong and must be regularly updated. The Building Resilience Infrastructures and Communities Grant, and Robbie mentioned that earlier, we have one of those, and what we're doing is providing training. I'll read that to you, but and so that is a major touch point. And then of course we also have the international International Code Council, and that is something that is updated periodically, and we're a member of it. And that includes provisions to protect structures from various risks, including hurricanes, tornadoes, tsunamis, fires, heat waves, blizzards, flooding, etc. Every 3 years, it's updated. And in addition to the regular updating of that code, in the latest published edition of the USBC, anyone that submits a code change proposal to amend the USBC must include a resiliency impact statement with their proposal indicating that they believe their proposal will increase or decrease resiliency. So, as I said, if there's a direct touch point with DHCD in preparedness, it would have to be through building codes, because that impacts even this building. Every aspect of this building alone has code restrictions on it in order for it to be completed. So when disaster strikes, the BRIC grant, we have the training there, and of course we are working at the international level with code determination and implementation. In fact, we have a member, Jeff Brown is in the back there. He's a member of our codes division, and if you have any questions about DHCD's touch points there and regarding resiliency, of course he's the expert. I am not, and he can tell you anything you need to know. All things code, that's what he does. And I think that's about all that I have. Again, we don't have any direct impact, but clearly we are tangential at all times. Now, keep in mind that is all subject to change, because the state could come out and say, hey, here's a bucket of money, we want you to do this, and here are the resiliency specifics that we want you to consider. So, and we're ready to do so. But aside from that, we work with almost every agency. And we work with every aspect, every jurisdiction in the state. And so we are sensitive to resiliency because, again, through the coding and planning, planning and zoning and building codes, we have to be engaged with that. And that is all I have. If you have any questions, you can see me afterwards. And of course, I'll invite you to see Jeff. Raise your hand, Jeff, so people know you're there regarding the coding. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Moy with the Corps of Engineers out of Norfolk, and it's good to be here supporting the state and talk to you all about our Silver Jackets program. Let me see. There we go. Let me first tell you, describe how the Corps of Engineers is set up in the state of Virginia. Our Civil Works program consists of water resources type projects such as flood risk management, navigation, environmental restoration, and our civil works boundaries are based on river basins. And as a result, there are 5 Corps of Engineer district offices that work in Virginia that include Baltimore, Huntington, Nashville, Norfolk, and Wilmington. And our Norfolk district office covers most of the area of Virginia, about 60%, which equates to about half the Virginia population. You can see on the slide the different river basins that apply to each district. Our Norfolk District regulatory program covers the entire state for wetlands and permitting issues. And our Norfolk District military program covers the entire state except for the certain areas around the DC area, which fall under our Baltimore district. This is a map that shows the civil works boundaries. Starting from Northern Virginia at the top, going to the bottom and right to left. The light blue is the Baltimore district, and then below in green is the Norfolk district, and then to the left in blue is the Wilmington district, and then to the left is the Huntington, and to the far left is the Nashville district. And some communities may have to deal with more than one district. The Silver Jackets program is funded through our Floodplain Management Services program. The scope and intent of the program is to have a state-led interagency team that facilitates collaborative solutions to help address flood risk priorities set by the state. Cost sharing can vary by project, but it's usually 100% federally funded by the Corps, which is good. Partners can contribute funds and in-kind services. The first Silver Jackets team was formed in 2005 in the state of Ohio. Now there is a Silver Jackets team in every state Washington, D.C., Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. And everybody always asks why the Silver Jackets name. Well, the Corps of Engineers typically wears red jackets, female wear a blue jacket. You might see the USGS wearing green. And I guess at that time, nobody was wearing silver, so somebody came up with silver jackets to include all agencies. The goals of the program are to have a state-led interagency team, plan and implement state priorities, collaborate with multiple agencies, strengthen existing relationships, leverage programs and resources, and prevent duplication of efforts. I think you hit on that earlier, Matt. The Virginia Silver Jackets team formed in 2010, and our last charter signing was in 2021. And my supervisor, Faraz Ahmed, is the point of contact for the Corps of Engineers, and Debbie Mesmer, State Hazard Mitigation Officer from VDEM. Want to raise your hand, Debbie? She's the point of contact for the state. I'll let you read the mission statement there. If you do go on the Virginia Silver Jackets website, which is at the bottom, the team also developed 12 goals that they'd like to accomplish. The agency locos on the bottom there, those are the agencies that signed the charter. From the federal governments, the Corps of Engineers, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, FEMA, the USGS, and NOAA. And from the state is the Virginia Departments of Conservation and Recreation, Emergency Management, Historic Resources, and Environmental Quality. Proposals are usually submitted annually. The state can submit more than one. Aside from the Corps of Engineers, the proposals have to have 2 government agencies, and one of them has to be from the state. The other one can be federal, state, local, or for a tribal. The proposals are reviewed and ranked by the following selection criteria. Does the proposal include life safety? Does it reduce flood risk, increase resiliency, promote shared responsibility, communication of flood risk? Does it address a priority in the state or local hazard mitigation plan? Does it leverage partner resources? Does it improve environmental functions? Does it address other social effects, climate change, repetitive flooding, or disadvantaged community? And they're competing nationally, so the selection is going to be based on that national rank and what funding is available. And they'll usually get a select group of individuals across the Corps to serve on a panel. Here's a list of examples of Silver Jacket activities. They're all planning level type studies, projects. They don't include construction. You can see there's a broad range from modeling and mapping all the way down to guides and pamphlets. If you do go to the Silver Jackets website, under the resources tabs, there's a non-structural efforts. You can go on that link and they'll show all the completed projects since 2011 and the ongoing projects, and they can list them by state. This is a list of the Silver Jacket projects, activities that completed in Virginia and ongoing projects. The 50th anniversary of Agnes. Hurricane Agnes in 1972 caused severe flooding in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York. And as a part of the Silver Jackets project, the National Weather Service is hosting hosting and developed a website that includes story maps, taped interviews, a podcast, and a lot of information on the 1972 flood. There's information about flood preparedness, mitigation efforts, and they discuss how science and technology and the National Weather Service products have changed, have improved since 1972. The City of Richmond High Watermark Campaign. If you're here in Richmond, you're probably familiar with the Richmond Flood Wall Levee Project, where the Corps partnered with the city of Richmond. It was built in the mid-1990s. Well, along the project area, there are walking trails, and high water mark signs were posted to give citizens an idea of how high the water reached in the past. And I've got a slide for that I'll show later. The Lower Virginia Peninsula Coastal Resilience Tournament, that was a tabletop exercise for disaster preparedness. For the Blackwater River flood inundation mapping, for the local stream gauge there, we developed flood inundation mapping and depth grids at whole foot intervals, starting from action stage up to the flood of record. And that is on the National Weather Service Advanced Hydrologic Prediction Center system website. For the James River forecast point development at Richmond Locks, that's where we worked with the National Weather Service and developed a hydraulic model to include the effects of tidal and riverine flooding. If you can remember or hear, back in 2003 with Hurricane Isabel, there was a almost 11-foot storm surge at the Richmond City Locks. The Roanoke River flood inundation mapping, that's also development of flood inundation mapping and depth grids. I believe there's four gauges along the stream for the Roanoke River. And it's not yet on the website, but hopefully in the near future, it'll be on the National Weather Service website. For the Pulaski non-structural flood risk management assessment, for the town of Pulaski, there was 12 non-residential structures that were assessed for non-structural measures like structural elevation, basement filling, raising the finished floor, wet and dry flood proofing, and flood walls. The Roanoke River Valley flood risk outreach, that was basically outreach and education workshops for community officials and citizens. And the Virginia Flood Risk Guidebook, that's a guidance document for community officials to know what kind of programs and assistance are available before, during, and after a flood. And the Virginia Flood Risk Information System, that's an interactive website where the public can go in there and type their address, and they can see the FEMA flood zones, and that's actually housed on the DCR's website. For our two ongoing projects, we're working with the city of Petersburg to look at some mitigation solutions for flooding that's going on in the Lake Mott neighborhood. And mitigating historic structures in Virginia, that's a guidance document for mitigating historic structures. There's going to be two case studies. One's going to be in a riverine environment, and the other one's going to be a coastal environment. And our recently submitted proposal for FY24, that's for outreach and education workshops for environmental justice communities. If it's elected next month, we're gonna further define the scope on what communities will be selected. This is a screen capture from the Virginia Flood Risk Information System, and you can see where you can just type your address in there. And that is on the DCR website. This is a screen capture from the from the National Weather Service Advanced Hydrologic Prediction Service, where the flood inundation maps are located. So, you know, if the National Weather Service is forecasting a flood event at that gauge and they say it's going to reach, you know, stage 25 feet, a citizen can go to that flood inundation map and depth grid for that stage and see if they're in the floodplain and get an estimated depth. This is an example of the City of Richmond high watermark campaign. To the right is a picture of one of the closures on the flood wall. So you can see how big that thing is compared to the people. And to the left are the high watermark signs displayed along the flood wall. At the top is the flood of record 1771, and below that is Agnes in 72, and below that is Hurricane 1 in 85, and below that is Hurricane Camille in 1969. And if you have questions or need information, I'm showing my boss's name there. He's, like I said, he's the main point of contact for the Virginia Silver Jackets for the Corps, and I've got my contact information as well. I guess you can always contact Debbie as well.
Yes, we can hear you. Sounds good, Brian.
Good. Okay. All right. Thanks. Well, apologize for the audio issues this morning, and wish I could join you in person, but unfortunately, I had 2 other workshops this week scheduled. So actually at Oceana today on some really bad Wi-Fi. So hopefully my audio will stay solid. But so I'll kind of run through this quick so that keep you guys on your schedule. If you can go to the next slide. All right, so the next slide is a map of our region. And just a little bit of background for folks that about the Navy structure. So the command I work for is the Installation Command, and we're basically the landlord for the Navy. You know, provide all the services to the operational commands, you know, the folks that fly the planes, drive the ships. We're the ones that on the shore provide the facilities, the you know, all the, you know, grounds maintenance, the recreation, the security for the base. And the Installation Command is divided up in different regions. So we're in the Mid-Atlantic region. So I work for an Admiral McCall. And so this is his area of responsibility. There's basically 13 installations you can see spread across the Midwest, Northeast. We do have a fleet concentration area where we have 6 Navy installations at Hampton Roads, and that's where I'll focus our talk today. Next slide. So this is a quote from a handbook. This is our Navy Facilities Engineering Command, which are the engineers that help us, you know, design, construct, and maintain our facilities. They created an installation resiliency planning handbook, and actually this is a public document. You can look this up online if you're interested in learning about how the Navy is looking at planning for our bases. But you know, obviously the Navy is water dependent. You know, we need the water for our operations, and so you know, it's an issue that we've taken seriously over the years in terms of climate resiliency and flooding. And so you can go to the next slide. And so this is just some of the drivers that you know help come inform our direction on climate. And you know, the president took over 2021. He released an executive order that required all federal agencies to create a climate action plan. So then in October 2021, the Department of Defense created a plan, and then the Navy followed up in 2022 in May. And again, these are all public documents, so if you're interested in learning more about these strategies, you can find them online. They're pretty broad. You know, they cover, you know, operational type issues. They look at both sort of climate mitigation and adaptation planning. And if you go to the next slide. So we basically have taken that higher level guidance and said, okay, how does that apply to our command, the Installation Command? And really there's 2 sort of lines of efforts that we're looking at. One is our built infrastructure and our natural infrastructure, our bases, and then also all the work that we do off base, which is really kind of the focus of our conversation today, is how we work with and partner with our local communities to help make our bases more resilient. And you know, our sailors, our family members, they live in the community, work in the community. We have lots of ties to the community. So, you know, I think we had once a captain say that, you know, we could make the base at Fort Knox, but it wouldn't do us any good because we couldn't get to the base and, you know, we couldn't complete our mission. So it really is a collaborative process that we have to work together. Next slide. So, you know, I want to highlight some of the efforts, and we'll talk about these in more detail. The photo on the slide is from Dam Neck. That's on the ocean. It's an area associated with Oceana. Pretty long shoreline. So, you know, if you look at some of the on-base stuff, you know, that's one of our focuses, and looking at new projects and construction standards for when we, you know, repair and replace buildings. And we'll talk more about some of the off-base engagement in the next slides. So go ahead and flip slide. So, you know, the new buildings are kind of easy. This is also a public document if you want to look at it. It's our Unified Facilities Criteria, which is basically the DoD's building code. And it's been updated over the last few years to incorporate standards that help us, mitigate risk for flooding events. And so, when we build new construction, we'll incorporate these standards. The problem that we have is that we have a legacy of 100 years of existing infrastructure that was not built to these standards. So that's really the issue that we have to address now, is how do we protect or adapt or figure out how to make those missions that are in those facilities more resilient to climate impacts, which may mean, some of those missions may move from the water. Not all missions are water dependent, but obviously we have to have a waterfront presence. And so we have to figure out how to address really the massive federal investment we have in our basis going forward. Next slide. So I mentioned the climate handbook. This was put out a few years ago, and this was a way for us to, in a comprehensive manner, look at how do we make our bases more resilient. So we're starting to Congress has basically dictated that the DoD do these resiliency planning efforts. So the Navy is putting in resourcing to, as we update our base master plans, incorporate resiliency into those efforts. Next slide. So one of our first I guess local and Hampton Roads efforts is a naval station. This has been a base that has received lots of attention over the years. We've had Secretary of States, we've had foreign dignitaries, we've had every news organization that you can think of. Actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger came to our base once because he was leading a National Geographic show, and he was the spokesperson for the program. And so we've had a lot of focus on Naval Station, and actually we and it is considered the world's largest Navy base. 6,200 acres, and there's probably about 60,000 people that work and live on Naval Station. So it is a pretty large facility in terms of the Navy, and lots of investment in the infrastructure that and all the East Coast carriers are actually stationed at Naval Station. So it's a very important facility for the Navy. So we have a study that's going now. Dewberry is helping us with looking at how to make the Naval Station flooding. So next slide, please. One kind of interesting thing we're working on now is in Virginia Beach. So Norfolk had a coastal storm risk management study with the Army Corps a few years back, but because of the funding restrictions, we could not be included in that study. So if you look at the Norfolk City coastal storm risk management project with the Corps of Engineers, we have a gray box where the Naval Station is. But Virginia Beach was going to do a similar study, and so we worked with the Corps and we resourced our participation into that study. So that's kicked off fairly recently, and we're kind of going through the scope of that for the Navy. So we're going to be incorporated into the larger city study, but also we're going to have some analysis on our base. And I think the outcome would be that we have this comprehensive view of the water in the city, and in terms of how can we address flooding. So could be some opportunity for us to work together with the city in terms of projects. So it's kind of an exciting effort. I haven't really heard of one of these happening before. This might be the first time that we've seen this, where we have sort of the military installations and the city work together on this type of study. Now, obviously, the city of Virginia Beach, they understand very well the issues of flooding. I think really part of the reason they're participating in this effort is because on the back end for construction, there's a cost share for federal interest in the construction projects. But I think, for the Navy, I think it's a great way for us to participate and have a comprehensive view of stormwater and flooding in the city. Next slide. So we've moved to more the off-base work that we deal with. Hampton Roads, we have cities that are very engaged. City of Norfolk, Virginia Beach especially, have been working on this issues for years. Old Dominion University has been working on this issue for many years. We've been involved in efforts they've had for communicating on this and collaborating and trying to come up with plans for the region. And one of our best partners has been the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission. They have worked with us for years. In fact, when we had our first joint land use study a number of years ago for our air stations. They were the sponsor of that, and it helped us protect the air mission at Oceana and also at Chambers Field in Norfolk, and also Fincher's Airfield in Chesapeake. So they've been great partners. And so a few years back, we're looking at opportunities for us to engage, and we thought, well, we could do a joint land use study, which historically has been more focused on air encroachment, sort of your kind of typical encroachment for land use. But we worked with the it's now called the Office of Defense Community Cooperation for funding, and we worked with them and said that that this flooding is actually a encroachment or sort of compatibility military impact off base, and it would be very valuable for us to work together on a study to look at this issue. So that's what we've done. We've had 2 JLUS projects, one in Norfolk, Virginia Beach, and one in Chesapeake and Portsmouth, that covers basically pretty much every military footprint except Weapons Station Yorktown and Newport and York County. But it covers all this sort of south side Hampton Roads facilities, and it looks at the issue of flooding off base and how we can address that. And next slide. So this just highlights some of the recommendations and actions, and this is also online. The PDC has hosts this on their website. So it really came up with a number of strategies and actions, some coordination type strategies, and some actual maybe more projects that we need to develop. And the other interesting piece I think of this is that the PDC stood up a implementation subgroup that has participation from all the 4 cities, and it's sort of a senior leadership level, and also from planning and public works. So we have a pretty comprehensive participation from the localities, and it's really an avenue for us to work together and say, okay, how can we take this study that we've put together and actually implement that and sort of push it forward, because you don't want to just have the pretty plans on the shelf. You actually want to go out and try to mitigate some of these impacts. And I think part of the focus was on transportation and our access to the base. That was one of the major things that we looked at. But it was a great study, and now we're sort of moving on to implementation. And so the next kind of slides to talk about would be tools that we have available that localities can leverage to participate, mainly for this military coordination. Next slide. So I mentioned the Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation. Used to be called the Office of Economic Adjustment, and they basically have taken their joint land use study funding. They also had a funding source that was called the Military Installation Resiliency Review, and they've kind of consolidated all that into a pot of money called the Installation Resilience Funds. And it's a great resource, for communities that have military bases in their community, because it allows for planning, design. You can look at land use, resiliency. I mean, it's pretty broad, the topics that you can cover. We've had transportation studies, and it's very competitive too in terms of the match. So the federal match is, well, the federal supplies 90%, the local is 10% match, but the 10% match can come from staff participation. So so it really is a good deal for localities. It's non-competitive. It's pretty open-ended, so applications will be submitted throughout the year. And the application can come from either the military service or the community, and the old CC will have a project manager they assign and work through with the community and the military to figure out the scope of the study. And it's pretty much an 18-month time period is what they like to have, but it's a fantastic resource to look at a number of issues. Really, any sort of issue that has joint interests outside the military installation, those are the issues that we focus on and then apply for funding. And not only on the planning side, but also you can do some design work. So the thought was, okay, well, we can get projects closer to shovel ready. So if we've identified through a joint land use study, let's say an intersection on a roadway that needs some improvements, well, then we can take this implementation sort of funding through this resiliency money and actually pursue design work so that we move those towards construction. So it's a great resource, and something that folks can look into. Next slide. And really on the construction side, so this is another Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation grant program, Defense Community Infrastructure Program. It's only been out a few years, and this year the amount of money you can see on the slide, there's $100 million, so it has increased over the years, but it's not a lot of money because this is for every service across the country, for every military installation. So we've actually had, you can see on the slide, a couple of local projects. City of Portsmouth had a project for some transportation improvements outside the hospital in Portsmouth. We've had in Newport News, the Waterworks, they had a project funded last year to help make the water reservoir more resilient. And so it's a great project. In fact, this year, City of Norfolk is pursuing a project for some stormwater improvements on Hampton Boulevard, which is a primary corridor that accesses Naval Station Norfolk. Also, we have a annex, Naval Support Activity Annex. Also supports the, there's a NATO command on the NSA, Hampton Roads, and the Virginia Port Authority, which is a strategic port. So it's a great project, and hopefully it'll get funded. And that's also an example of how we've identified the issue in the JLOOS, and now we're pursuing the community as DSIP for. And for the installation, there's a support letter that's written by the installation, which is like about 20% of the scoring. So it's very important to have that good coordination, communication with the installation to ensure that the project being proposed, helps the military. Next slide. Another program that we've used for sort of implementation is this Readiness Environmental Protection Integration Program, REPI. It's another DoD program. Historically, this has been for land acquisition. So if we have land use compatibility and encroachment issues outside of base, then this program would allow for us to purchase easements that would protect the land from certain land use development. And so we have, I think in Virginia, there's or 6 bases in Hampton Roads. I think we have 3 sort of multi-year agreements that we partner with for land protection. One around the Naval Station Yorktown. We have one in Oceana, Virginia Beach, and then in Chesapeake for Fentress and Northwest Annex. So that's kind of the traditional way that we've used REPI. But then Congress in the National Defense Authorization Act basically allows for resiliency as another criteria for using the funding. So we've actually have 2 projects that we've used resiliency funding out of REPI. One at the Yorktown Naval Weapons Station, which is actually we partnered with the National Park Service, the state, some nonprofits to do some shoreline restoration that actually links up to the National Park Service, which is adjacent to the weapons station at Yorktown. It's a pretty innovative project. And then in Earl, New Jersey, we have a partnership with the state of New Jersey on, it's pretty broad. It covers, fire type issues. It covers shoreline issues, some recreation stuff in there, some stormwater stuff. So, mainly it's for natural or nature-based infrastructure. That's really the purpose of this. And it's sort of a implementation measure. So it's like if you have projects that, maybe you've designed or pursued other ways, it's another funding source. Again, pretty competitive. And, there's a way to get the funding through, there's a REPI challenge, which is an application that the communities can submit. And then there's a sort of a military service application process we go through also, which is an annual process for funding. Again, pretty limited funding. This year it's 131 million approximately, or actually that was last year. And this year is probably maybe a little bit more. So it's a competitive program. And again, this is across, every military service across the country. But I will put a plug in. So at the last bullet, you see there's a REPI Resiliency Project Funding Guide. If you take away anything from this presentation, I would definitely say find the REPI website, repi.mil, and there's a resiliency tab. And I think there's like 2 sections of that tab, but one has this project funding guide, and it actually has every grant that really is focused on resiliency. So, it has information on the FEMA BRIC program. It has information on the old CC grants, talks about REPI Challenge. I think the Department of Interior has some programs that could sort of link up to REPI, but these also cover sort of non-military resiliency grant programs. Obviously, the REPI is focused on sort of that military resiliency and that connection to protecting the mission. But the program guide, covers kind of a broader range of resiliency funding. Some that could be, linked to the REPI for the military mission, but certainly worth taking a look at. And it has, sort of fact sheets on each of the programs. Plus, it has a calendar that kind of outlays the time frame, because that's the other piece of trying to figure out the various schedules of all the grants. Which I know, the grant management can be a burden. That's we're fortunate, with the PDC and Hampton Roads, where they've taken on the responsibility and the task to manage the grants for the localities, which has been helpful because, sometimes it's hard to find the capacity locally to sort of manage and to write the grants and to deal with all the grant administration. So we've been very fortunate to have that great partnership in Hampton Roads. I guess the next slide. Yeah, so I guess the bottom line is, issue that's certainly important to us, and obviously we want to work together with our community, our state partners. In fact, I didn't mention it, but the state master plan is going on. We were representatives of that. I think there was a meeting this week on the state master plan, so we're participating in that process. We want to make sure that we're also partnering with the state on efforts. So I guess that's all I have, and I don't know if there's questions or whatnot, but really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I think the DCR folks have my contact information if you need to reach me for anything, but appreciate the opportunity.
Follow-up comment? Sure. Yes, Brian, you still there for a follow-up question or comment? That's right.
And I don't know if Paul Moya is still here. Speaking for the Corps, the thing I wanted to bring up is that the reason that the Corps couldn't participate with funding in the Norfolk study was it was funded by WRDA, Water Resources Development Act, and that specifically denies the ability to do any federal work on federal properties. In the 2022 WRDA, the Senate took that, the Senate's version took that restriction out, but the House kept it in, and that's what passed. Right now, the House and Senate are putting together the 2024 WRDA, and anybody that's got the right connections to that might want to push for something similar to the 2024, the 2022 Senate side of it. The colonels brought that up specifically to me last week.
All right. Are we going to take a little break or just go right into the next session, Carolyn? Just keep going. All right. So our next session, might have to adjust the camera for the online viewers, is we have two panel discussions coming up after lunch. So this first panel discussion is operationalizing research for action, for actionable flood resilience. So I'd like to invite the three panelists up to the table. We've got Dr. Robert Weiss from Virginia Tech, Dr. Kelso Ferreira from George Mason University, and Circe Gonzalez from Souvenir and BIMS. So as they're making their way up here, I'm going to go through their bios, and then we'll get into a panel discussion. So Dr. Robert Weiss from Virginia Tech serves as Virginia Tech's Director of Academy and Integrated Science in the College of Science. He's the founding director of the Interdisciplinary Graduate Education Program in Disaster Resilience and Risk Management, founding director of the Center for Coastal Studies, and a professor of natural hazards in the Department of Geosciences. Dr. Weiss's research is at the intersection of geoscience, coastal engineering, and applied mathematics using high-performance computational modeling and methods. He is the principal investigator of the multi-million-dollar NSF research traineeship in disaster resilience and risk management. And in addition to other grant-funded research projects, he also serves as the founding editor-in-chief of the Journal of Sustainable Oceans and Coasts. Dr. Weiss holds a BS and MS. It's probably good that I got a little something in my throat for this German pronunciation, from Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, Germany, and a PhD from Westfälische Wilhelms University in Munster, Germany. He frequently provides expert commentary to national and international media outlets following major disasters. So thank you, Robert, for joining us. Next up is Dr. Kelso Ferreira at the end, is an associate professor in the Civil Infrastructure and Environmental Engineering Department at George Mason University and leads the George Mason Flood Hazards Research Lab. Dr. Ferreira holds a PhD from Texas A&M University in civil engineering, specializing in water resources and coastal engineering. He is a registered professional engineer in the state of Maryland. Dr. Ferreira is currently a part of the author team for the 5th National Climate Assessment Coastal Effects chapter within the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and his current research focus on investigating and developing solutions that increase society's resilience to flooding and climate change and promotes a more just, equitable, and natural climate adaptation strategies. So thank you for joining us, Kelso. And last but not least, Cersei Gonzalez is a Coastal Training Program Coordinator with the Chesapeake Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. Her goal is to inform and empower decision-making in coastal resource management throughout capacity building, technical assistance, and community engagement. Cersei's work and research history stems from a variety of agencies and organizations, including the U.S. Federal Recreation Council, aka FICOR, where she served as the executive director. Also NOAA's Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and 5 U.S. Marine Laboratories. While navigating her career, Cersei has also lived and worked in geographies from Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska to Madagascar. Get around. Nice. And then Cersei has a BS in biology from Duke University and a Master of Marine Affairs from the University of Washington. So I'm going to move the mic. So this is the in-audio mic, but if everybody talks a little louder, we should be able to hear you. This is the online mic, so we all can pass this along, and this is also picking up, so I'm just going to talk directed to this one. So first up, we'd like to just give you about 5 minutes or so to talk about some more of your background and the organization that you're working with. So we'll start.
So with me.
All right.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I guess you shouldn't give the microphone to 2 types of people, politicians and professors, because they're going to speak. So I'm the director of the Virginia Tech Center for Coastal Studies that was formalized in 2019, but an initiative called Coastal HVT has been around Virginia Tech since 2012. So it's been about a decade-long initiative. Our basic mission is to better understand and create innovative solution for contemporary and emerging issues in the coastal zone. And maybe what is worth mentioning, our definition of the coastal zone is the area over land that is impacted by processes that start over the ocean, and the area in the ocean that is impacted by processes that start over land. So it's not necessarily a geographical definition. This definition of the coastal zone allows us to create a very inclusive research environment that not only helps us to understand the complexity of that geographical area and how processes or disasters or hazards can create cascading unintended consequences. It also helps us to define very practical, innovative solution that speaks to the capacities that we have as a comprehensive university. Many of our about 60 or 65 affiliates do not actually identify as classical coastal hazards. So they're not, come from the typical disciplines. But their disciplinary expertise that they have in their different fields are important pieces that can help us to find these solutions. They represent 8 out of our 9 colleges, and last year we won about $27 million in coastal-related research grants of about $45 million that these 60 affiliates won total. In terms of research, our research spans from the Arctic region, where we look at erosion features and communicating hazards in general, especially to indigenous folks, to Antarctica, where we study the vomit of penguins to look at microplastics and and so forth. In terms of the other, the east-west kind of stretch, we are working in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, for example, to have technologies track illegal fishing and sharks or migrants. And then to understand coastal hazards and their potential economic impact and social impact in the Eastern Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, and then coming back to the United States and the West Coast. So we support research from carried out by individual faculty members, but we are most proud of the interdisciplinary capacity building that leads to the formation of what we call a signature group around certain topics. And we have signature groups in coastal hazards, disaster resilience and risk management, fisheries, or seafood in general, and microplastics. For example, the coastal hazards group is 6 faculty from 5 colleges, and it's about 30 or so students associated with it. If you listen carefully, you will realize that the term Virginia is not really has come up much. So in this regard, we opened up the Virginia Tech Coastal Collaborator in Hampton as a facility to bring Blacksburg-based affiliates of our center to the coast so they can immerse themselves by having an office, by having meeting spaces, and by having R&D labs in that facility to bring us closer to the stakeholders. Wendy Stout is here. Many of you know her. She oversees that facility, and she can answer any more specific questions about that. While our research is global, it helped us to understand the complexity of these coastal issues that we've been discussing here, and what it needs and what is necessary to tackle those issues. And our understanding is that to create a more resilient Virginia, we need to have all decks on hand. Virginia Tech, and that's the last thing I say, I promise, and it will be on the test at the end of this thing. Virginia Tech is a land-grant university, and I don't know how familiar you are with that concept, but it's something that speaks to the service mandate that we have to the state, and we take that very serious, especially the service mandate to Virginia, and so does our center, and we stand ready to help. Thank you.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, Circe Gonzalez. As far as a little bit more about myself, I'm a longtime ice cream scooper, and my guilty pleasure is ramen. So conversation starters for you there. But I am the Coastal Training Program Coordinator at Chesapeake Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve in Virginia. There are 2 Chesapeake Bay NERs, so we distinguish ourselves here with the Virginia. Coastal Training Program Coordinator is kind of a misnomer. As Matt mentioned, my focus of program delivery really is focused on 3 pillars. One of them being capacity building, which is where that training component comes in. Another one being technical assistance, and the third being community engagement. And to the last 2, I offer coordination of the York River and Small Coastal Basin Roundtable, which is what I'm going to be focused on for today's discussion. This is a group of watershed stakeholders focused on the York River, Mobjack Bay, and Piankatank watershed system as a whole. This system runs 220 miles from Orange County down into the tidewaters. It covers nearly 8% of Virginia's land area, so no small potatoes there. Is it potatoes or peanuts? I forget. We represent more than 100 different multi-sectoral stakeholders, including practitioners, but also residents. And all of these folks are a part of this forum because they share a mutual interest and concern for water quality and communities in the watershed. Our website, if you'd like to check us out, is yorkriverroundtable.org. We recently held a symposium, and if you are interested in the proceedings from that, I am so happy to share all of them with you. But we have 4 main goals, and one of those is resilience. This has manifested in multiple ways, which I'll get to, I think, here soon. Chesapeake Bay NEAR reinvigorated this roundtable in 2019 as a show of a demonstration, rather, its commitment to improving water quality in the Commonwealth. The NEAR itself is a sister program of Laura's program, the Coastal Zone Management Program. We were born out of the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1972. We are one of 30 sites around the country that is part of the National Estuarine Research Reserve System. Each of these sites is dedicated to 4 different programs, research being one of them, the topic of the panel. A second being training, which is where I'm dedicated. And then the third and fourth being stewardship. We at Chesapeake Bay NEAR Virginia manage 4 different reserve sites along the York. And the fourth prong of our program is education, and that's all about K through 12 programming. I think that's it.
Thank you, Cersei.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Celso Freire. I'm an associate professor with George Mason University in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. I've been at Mason for almost 10 years now, and I've seen a fantastic transformation at George Mason. I don't know how many of you here are familiar with George Mason University. I hope everybody. I see some alumni in the room, and it's just been fantastic to see how the university has been evolving over time. We were one of the youngest universities, I think, in the country for sure, in the Commonwealth, and we're now becoming the largest public research university in the Commonwealth. We're about 40,000 students now, and we're getting ready to welcome our largest class coming next year. And the reason I bring that up is I think it's important for us at the university to be thinking about workforce development in the context of research, translation, and flood resilience, because the people that we graduate will be working on the ground on the very issues that we're talking about here. So it's really important that we do train the next generation of engineers or in any discipline for flood resilience that will be ready, shovel ready to tackle these problems. For example, making sure that we incorporate nature-based solutions in our curriculum and making sure that we're training the next generation of engineers to be climate ready, forward looking in terms of design, in terms of preparedness, in terms of supporting the Commonwealth needs for flood resilience. The other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about today is the concept of translating research. And it's something that we at George Mason, at least myself for sure, still learning how to do that. And I think we focused over time in cutting edge research, which is really working on the most advanced research possible. But when we think about translating research and place-based needs, there's a gap in terms of time and in needs that I'm seeing as we start working with communities that sometimes that's not where the need is. And there's gotta be a connection to bring it to something that's really needed by the communities right now. So I'm happy to talk more about that in the next round.
Yeah, great. That's a great segue. I'll have you hold on to that.
All right.
For this, so I'd like you to, if you could, discuss some more of your organization or institution's current flood resilience initiatives, and if you can, give an example where that work has been applied to create a benefit and a positive change within the community, as you were talking about, trying to get the research that you're doing out and making it more actionable with the community.
Perfect. So my research lab is the Flood Hazards Research Lab, and we work on advancing flood research in terms of prediction and solutions. And once I started working with communities, I realized I was creating the right answers sometimes for the wrong questions. And by talking to communities, I realized that the things that we were investigating weren't necessarily the things they were most worried about or they needed at the time. So one initiative that we started at George Mason, it's called the Virginia Climate Center, which is funded by NOAA. And the idea there is to work with stakeholders in our jurisdiction. We have a pilot project in Northern Virginia to try to translate research to user needs. So the idea there is to co-produce research, so to work with our partners in terms of creating the research questions that will then generate solutions for those problems. We have a pilot project with the NVRC. Nora is at the back there. We're working with her. And the first pilot project we have is looking into road closures and swift water rescues in our area and see if we can eventually start to predict them and be more proactive about those. And I heard this morning some experience in the Hampton Road area that I think we can learn about from them. The other project we have is with the city of Fairfax. And initially our idea, at least in my mind, was to be thinking about future precipitation changes because of climate change and things you talked about this morning. And really what they needed was more capacity to improve their stormwater modeling system and to really looking into flood risk. So we're really working with them now to improve their stormwater modeling capacity. So it's really about adjusting to the needs of the stakeholders, and that's what we've been trying to do. I myself have been learning a lot in the process to kind of connect where we can be strong with that. I think there's also a learning experience within the university to find out what we can do and at what time. There's a time scale, especially at George Mason, in which we work with students and we work with in connection with workforce development. That takes time. So the students are not ready, are not engineers that are ready to create a project in a month. So it's important to work with our partners in that time scale in order for us to achieve something that's beneficial to everybody.
I get to be in the middle.
Yeah, I guess I was supposed to do
that. Cecil really speaks to one of the hallmarks of the National Estuarine Research Reserve System, and that's collaborative science. We believe collaborative science drives broader impacts. And this is, you know, I guess it manifests itself by bringing in what we've typically called end users at the beginning, putting that reframe, starting them at the beginning of the process. One of the ways that collaborative science has manifested itself most recently on the roundtable is in the production of a coastal wetlands plan. This is recently released. You'll find it on our roundtable website, yorkriverroundtable.org. And it is focused on the Middle Peninsula, recognizing that there are a multitude of restoration efforts happening. There are plenty of funding opportunities coming down the pipeline during the summer of funding for more. And this was an attempt by the roundtable led by its Nearshore Habitat Restoration Steering Committee to pull together a package on what the status, trends, and opportunities were with wetlands in this region. The region also being recently designated by NOAA as an official habitat focus area. So lots of attention drawn here. Working on this plan, so I should say the leads of the plan are Chesapeake Bay office situated. Andrew Larkin and Lauren Taney helped, but they led a writing team that has members, I think some of you contributed. I'm looking at Molly Mitchell to the plan, that represent VIMS, that represent other academic institutions in the watershed, as well as other practitioners. One of the major outcomes of the report was 6 key strategies for continued conservation and restoration of wetlands in the Middle Peninsula. You can find them on the website. I'm happy to detail them if you have questions. But we're really hoping that this helps drive further collaboration, increased funding for the protection and conservation of wetlands in the area, and wetlands being a key to resilience in the region. So that's one that's accomplished, one initiative. Upcoming initiatives that really put research, make it accessible, digestible, translated into something that your average watershed resident can use. another product is the State of the York report. This is a long time coming for our region. It's been 20 years since one was developed, last done by the Center for Coastal Resource Management. This report is going to be another status, trends, and opportunities report showcasing not only the biophysical dimensions of the watershed, but also the human dimensions, and where those intersect are places like flooding and flood resilience. So we're hoping to provide, some indication of status, risk, opportunities, also resources for folks who will be our target audience for this report. And then lastly, I did want to mention, because we do have some partners on this last initiative in the room, in conjunction with roundtable members, but as a direct result of the RAFT process that Laura had mentioned, the Resilience Adaptation Feasibility Tool, Chesapeake Bay NEAR is hosting workshops focused on flood resilience coming this fall with NOAA funds from their Digital Coast Partnership. And these workshops will be targeted to communities in the Middle Peninsula, focused on identifying risks and hazards around flooding, also showcasing some of the solutions like the Regional Fight the Flood program, which helps connect residents to contractors who are providing natural and nature-based solutions to flood mitigation. We'll be featuring Digital Coast products, and if you haven't connected with Supriya on that, please do. And yes, we're moving on resilience in multiple ways. Thank you.
So yeah, that's an interesting question. What I'm going to talk about is not what I do, right? So my research is theoretical. I code with delight. But so we have lots of people who work with communities in different parts of the world. So the first thing I want to mention is the work we do with indigenous population in the Arctic Circle, for example, in Greenland as well as Alaska, where we look at very steep erosion events that take place, as well as due to climate change, destabilizing slopes that pose a significant hazard for landslides in the steep fjords and so forth, and making them understand or help them to understand the risk that these pose in the future. Especially, lots of these communities depend on tourism, and obviously we don't want to jeopardize that economic base. Other sort of community-driven projects are in the area of understanding socioeconomic impacts of future conditions under certain climate change scenarios, to perhaps persuade folks to make proactive decisions around that instead of waiting until water's in the back or something like that. And then work especially around community. What was that? Okay, so that this is speaks to what these projects are combining, especially our capability at Virginia Tech in the realm of engineering, data analytics, AI kind of things, but merge them with communication about this. So bringing it back to the community that we talk to, and community not just in the location, but also as a more virtual sort of a group of people. That's the last 2 years have taught us that the community doesn't not only exist in a location, but also exists in a virtual realm with respect to a certain interest group. We also work with, especially in the disaster and risk management area, we work with communities in our area of the state. Tazewell County is one, to understand the flood risk of these flash floods that we have in the mountains very better, and also create or translate the research into better prepared workforce. So we also lead a lot of programs, or we have a lot of programs that impact workforce development through education, either directly in the communities or on campus that we have. And there's just too many. There are 25 other ones that I probably forget now.
So moving on from that, we've talked earlier about a whole community approach. But this isn't just one entity that's solving this issue, and it takes all of us to do it together. And so a lot of the collaboration and partnerships. And so can you speak to some of the different partnerships you've established with either state agencies, local communities, other academic universities, or even the private sector, and then give the audience members kind of an idea of some advice how we can establish and incorporate academic institutions into this process. And so how can we build this partnerships better with what you all have to offer? And we'll start with you.
Okay. Yeah, so the Center for Coastal Studies has partnerships on all of these levels. We work with, and the state agencies are not necessarily in the United States. So this is one of the things that I want to highlight. So we work with governments, federal governments, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Asia, and help them understand the issues and move forward. We work with state agencies in these regions as well. We work with companies. We work with local communities. What we sort of focus on is this co-understanding of problems, co-developing of solutions, co-implementation, co-evaluation, sort of the cycle that is generated, and applying that highlights the importance of the n-body equation. Since I'm a nerd, I can talk for that a second. So the n-body equation essentially is an equation that describes how our planets move around the sun, right? So, and you can apply this in several levels, but also it has some very fundamental sort of properties that demonstrate that you need to be a good partner. So and that is something that is what we need to learn as academic institutions a lot, because especially in Virginia, where we have a very highly competitive higher education market, more so than in many other states, because we have many public universities and many private universities, and we have very limited funding for all of these and a very limited populace. So we need to learn to become better partners with each other across the higher education sector and across sort of the boundaries to other state agencies. In the end, the public universities are state agencies, and we need to leverage that. We have a very complex system in Virginia, and oftentimes complex systems are seen as a negative. We have cities without counties. We have all these localities and so forth. But I believe that because we are a collection of very smart people in Virginia, that we can leverage that complexity to our advantage. And I think that's what we need to focus on. We need to listen to each other better and understand what is needed, and also sort of understand that there are unintended consequences, and we need to keep an eye on those. And especially universities, comprehensive universities, are very well equipped because of the breadth of research that has taken place, are very well equipped to help understanding that. And through the mandate, the service mandate that state universities have, especially the land-grant university has, we have a formal way of engaging with each other in that system.
So I'm going to throw out a buzzword because I know we all like buzzwords and I probably use them too much, but I love this one. Transdisciplinary. It means working outside of disciplinary boundaries to achieve outcomes, not only with other practitioners, but into community. That is something that I feel like CB NEAR works really hard at. I feel like that's been reflected in quite a few of the conversations, including Robert's and Matt, your comments earlier today about working through integrated means. I strive to do that in the partnerships that I endeavor to make. I probably make too many partnerships and sign up for too many things, but that's okay. My approach is open door, and I'm all about building bridges. I think planting seeds, building bridges, connecting dots, that's part of my personal mission. In terms of approach and how that fits in with the NEAR system, as one of 9 sites in the system that is a part of an academic institution, I think we have a little bit more flexibility and autonomy to establish partnerships. And so I am eager to see where more of our partnership building goes. The roundtable has enabled us to host this forum where partners from all kinds of sectors are able to participate, converse, exchange. But there is plenty of more opportunities for us to leverage as a long-term monitoring go-to. I'll say for the state, we have long-term partners in Virginia DEQ, whose water quality initiative we contribute to. This is something that is housed at CB NEAR as part of our research program. It ties into the water quality vision and mission of the roundtable. So making connections, weaving the needle through the thread, or the thread through with the needle. God, you know what I'm trying to say. That's part of my role as a community liaison and a bridge. So I think one of the other questions that we're getting at, and maybe jumping the gun here, is what do you want people to know? I want you all to know that I am a resource here to help connect the dots, and partnering is my shtick.
All right, I will focus my comment here on how we can work together. And I think that we're almost out of time in the panel. I wanted to talk a little bit about how to work with universities. Universities are very complex, and I started to think about that when we started to engage with local partners, and they would look at us and they would wonder, like, what can you do for us, or what are you, what's your capacity, and when can you give me things, and things like that. And that's when I realized that the outside community looking into the university was like, they weren't really sure what was our capacity, what could we do. And I realized that every university is different too. So sometimes, one university in the Commonwealth, which is very different, I'm for sure know George Mason is very unique, and every other university has different capacities and different characteristics. So I think learning to know each other, so putting an effort to, like, the same for us is learning to work with the communities. We need to know what their capacity is, what their needs are, and all of those characteristics. The same thing is true for working with the universities, learning what the university capacity is, what the university can do, and when, which is very important to define, the time scales of the universities. I feel like it's different than the consulting time scale, for example, which is very project oriented. They can deliver things fast. Universities more of a longer term relationship in which you invest, but you can get things in the longer run. Sometimes we can do things for free, sometimes we cannot do things for free. So there's different things that we can do for free or not. And there's for sure the workforce development, which are the people that will work for the agencies and the companies, and they will be implementing things. So having that connection, I think it's also very important to keep in mind as we build these partnerships to work together.
Thank you very much. I know I have more questions, but we're out of time for this panel. And I'm sure you all might have more questions for how you could potentially partner with these research institutions as well as our other institutions.
All right, I am going to moderate the next panel, which is on local flood resilience planning perspectives. Obviously, as we've talked about, a lot of what the state does is to provide support to localities, which is where the rubber meets the road. in a lot of our addressing our resilience challenges. So look forward to hearing some of their perspectives. I'm going to invite all of them up, all the panelists up now, and then I'll give their bios. So if Howard Glenn from the city of Richmond, Kyle Logue from Greeley and Hanson, Scott Smith from the city of Hampton could come up, and then I believe we're going to be joined by Lee Moyes in Buchanan. Carolyn, is Lee with us? Okay. Lee, can you do a quick mic check for me?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely, thank you. All right, quick introductions. Howard Glenn is the operations manager for the City of Richmond Department of Public Utilities in the Collections and Regulatory Affairs Division, where he oversees all maintenance and construction activities for Richmond's Phase 2 stormwater utility. Additionally, Howard is also responsible for the daily operations and maintenance of the wastewater collection system and Richmond's flood wall and levees. Howard has over 25 years of experience in roadway construction and sanitary and stormwater collection systems, and 10 years of experience in floodplain management and operations management. Appreciate you joining us today. Kyle Logue with Greeley and Hanson has more than 12 years of experience in environmental engineering with a focus on stormwater management and grant funding. As the managing director for Greeley and Hanson's Virginia operations, Kyle actively supports clients across the state, including directly supporting the City of Richmond's stormwater team for the past 2 years. Appreciate him joining us. From the City of Hampton, Scott Smith is a senior civil engineer for the City of Hampton Public Works Department with a primary responsibility for stormwater management. Other duties include assisting the implementation of the Resilient Hampton Initiative, working to develop and implement adaptation and mitigation strategies in response to climate change and sea level rise. Scott's career spans 36 years, with 26 years in consulting focusing on land development and 10 years in the public sector working on stormwater and coastal resilience. Scott, thanks for joining us today. And then joining us online because Buchanan is a long way away, but we really appreciate them coming in virtually. From Buchanan County, we have Lee Moyes, who is a graduate of Virginia Military Institute, where he received a BS in Civil Engineering, and the Washington Lee University School of Law, where he received his JD. Prior to working in the public sector, Mr. Moyes worked in private law practice for 20 years. Mr. Moyes began work in Buchanan County in 2006 as the assistant county attorney, and since then he has served as a deputy county attorney in 2011 and assumed his current position as county attorney. Mr. Moyes was appointed to be the county's floodplain coordinator in 2010. We very much appreciate you joining, Mr. Moyes. So we will just get rolling with some introductory remarks. So we'll just go down the line similar to what we did last time, and then Lee, we will pick you up at the end after the folks who are here in person. So if you would just tell us a little bit about your communities and about your role in the community as it relates to resilience.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Howard Glenn. I'm the operations manager for the Department of Public Utilities, Stormwater Management Group. And my responsibilities is to oversee all the daily operations for our stormwater program. In regards to our flood resiliency plan, Richmond has taken a very aggressive approach in addressing flooding conditions that affect our underserved communities. We've looked at a lot of historical data. We've had risk assessments that have been performed over the years. And in the last, I say, 6 to 8 years, have really put forth an effort to push forth capital improvement projects that will help these communities adapt and mitigate the flooding issues that affect these underserved communities. If I had to explain exactly where a lot of these locations are located, the south side of Richmond, which is an annex area that we assumed in the 1970s from Chesterfield, had a lot of infrastructure that didn't exist, or there was no infrastructure, no drainage infrastructures. They were roads, culverts that couldn't manage or attenuate even a 2-year storm. And in those communities, the residents, the neighborhoods themselves were impacted heavily with minor rain events or what have you. These areas really showed themselves, I want to say in 2018, when we had a lot of precipitation that year. We actually had characteristic studies done on various watersheds where we had a master plan in place, but it never really focused on any of these communities or what have you. They were projects or small capital improvement projects that I would say one-off projects that just addressed a complaint or a problem on one street. Again, 2018 really showed us huge communities where all not just one street, but several streets, and how these watersheds and the networks connected one another. Initially, we had it wrong. You know, our projects were shifting one flooding problem to another. So we had to go back and revisit a lot of those studies and look at the historical data to actually come up with the model that we're using now, in which we're utilizing not only gray infrastructure, but being innovative using green infrastructure projects to address these flooding conditions and associating one watershed to the other, that we're not moving a problem, that we're actually making the connection and making the corrections that will benefit all. So that's where I come in, and looking at that, associating a lot of the problem areas to develop and come up with realistic as well as corrective solutions to these problems that Richmond has ongoing. And I appreciate our administration over the last year for putting forth the funding and the urgency to address those flooding issues in Richmond.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with the City of Hampton. And Hampton is a coastal city. It's also a colonial city. So when the colonists were on their way to Jamestown, they stopped off at the Strawberry Banks in Hampton, had a picnic, and then headed on up. But as a colonial coastal city, the city began at the water's edge and then through the years migrated inland. So our oldest and smallest infrastructure from a drainage perspective is at the water's edge, also where it's the most heavily developed. So we definitely have challenges with that infrastructure. There's also areas that they refer to being out in the county before it was all incorporated as a city, where the drainage infrastructure just is hit and miss. So, and I think to the point that was made earlier, the equity when we're looking at doing drainage improvements is a big thing, that making sure that we're not moving the problem from one place to the other, that we really have to look at resolving the issue and not just pushing it either downstream or upstream. But Hampton's approach to the flooding issues with our resilience initiative, we're looking at, we've established a flooding framework within the city, a resilience framework within the city, and then that's moved to individual water plans for different portions of the city, that basically one solution, one size does not fit all when it comes to fixing flooding, and that we have to look at the typology, the neighborhoods. So understanding that history of the neighborhood is very critical to coming up with solutions. So it's looking at the various risk factors that are involved and coming up with holistic solutions to those issues. We completed the first water plan for New Market Creek, and we're in the process of completing our second one for the downtown Phoebus and Buckrow. So with those plans, they offer both policy initiatives and projects that come out of it. And several of the projects in the New Market Creek watershed have been funded through the Community Flood Preparedness Fund.
Lee, if you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about Buchanan and your role there.
Sure thing. My name again is Lee Moise. I'm the county attorney for Buchanan County and also the floodplain coordinator. I have with me Bart Chambers, who is our building code official and also our emergency services coordinator. in regards to Buchanan County and the issue of flooding, we are very challenged. We have a very mountainous county, which lends itself to flash floods, mudslides, mine blowouts. In fact, we've had 2 major flash floods since August of 2021. We had a 500+ year event on Gessy's Fork in Knox District. And then in July of 2022, we had a 1,000-year event in the Whitewood, Pilgrim's Knob, Dismal area of the county. These 2 events showed the county that we really needed to try to ramp up our flood resilience activities. So we applied for a grant to prepare and develop a flood resilience plan. That grant was awarded to us in 2022 with the help of First Earth and RES. That plan was completed in April of 2023. It was approved by the Board of Supervisors in May of 2023 and filed with DCR. We're hoping that that plan will give us the ability to apply for future grants for specific flood mitigation projects. One thing that we really would like to pursue next would be grant funding to fund a full-time floodplain coordinator who either has his or her CFM or will obtain that certification. It has become very clear to me, particularly in the last couple of years, that we really need a full-time floodplain coordinator. Like a lot of rural counties, county employees tend to wear multiple hats. My main job is the county attorney, and then I also do serve as the floodplain coordinator. We, under our old flood damage prevention ordinance, which was adopted in the late 1990s by Buchanan County's Board of Supervisors, the ordinance provided pretty much for enforcement through the building code official office. Unfortunately, as we've learned with these last 2 flash floods, there were gaps in our ordinance that really needed to be addressed. So we obtained a model ordinance from DCR, and we revamped and revised our flood damage prevention ordinance. It's basically using the model ordinance as a template. I believe that this revised, revamped ordinance is going to give us the ability to get greater compliance and also be able to more effectively enforce the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program in Buchanan County. That was approved in late December. We had some amendments that we needed to make the first part of this year, and those were adopted in March of 2023. And now we're just starting to get folks used to the fact that there's going to be a greater emphasis on floodplain management in the county. And that's going to take public education. In fact, I recently had to send a violation notice letter to one of our local companies that had developed actually not just in the floodplain, but actually in the floodway without getting an application for a permit to develop in the floodplain. So we're working with them, but it's going to be an ongoing process to get the word out to our businesses as well as to our residents that if you're going to develop in the floodplain, you have to get an application for a permit. And so it's sort of an ongoing process, and we're fairly, it's a new situation here in Buchanan County. We've had enforcement of the National Flood Insurance Program requirements, but I think we now have an ordinance that's going to be more effective in that regard. And as I say, I think one thing that we really need is a full-time floodplain coordinator, and I hope we're going to be able to pursue grant funding to make that a reality.
Great. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate the responses from you and the panelists. So we'll kind of do what the last panel did. Lee, we'll start with you for the next question, then we'll go back in the reverse order. So most of you all talked a little bit about the challenges that your locality faces when it comes to flooding. To the degree you feel like you want to elaborate on that, I want to give you a chance to do that, but also to talk about how you prioritize addressing those. Scott, you mentioned, one size doesn't fit all, so there's probably no cure-all, and at the same time, the challenges tend to be varied. Lee, you mentioned flash flooding, mine blowouts. They come from different sources, can't do everything all at once. So how do you prioritize meeting flood challenges in your community?
Is that to me?
That we'll start with you. Yep.
Okay. Well, I think that for us, the priority is going to be public education in regards to our revamped flood damage prevention ordinance, and trying to get a full-time floodplain coordinator who has or will obtain their CFM. In our county, and probably in most localities that are susceptible to flooding, it's really a full-time position, I think. We are so mountainous. We have several rivers, many creeks, and it just depends on where a heavy rain event occurs as to which region of the county will be impacted. We obviously have lots of minor events where we just are, it's a localized situation, maybe in just one small community where they have high water, some mudslide issues, but because there's no way for us to project where the next one's going to happen, because we don't have any way of projecting that. It just depends on where the rain hits the hardest for a short period of time. That's usually the area of the county that's impacted. So I think getting a full-time floodplain coordinator with more effective enforcement of our flood damage prevention ordinance, as I say, which has been revised and I think closed a lot of gaps by using the model as a template, I think is really our first priority.
Great. Thank you. And I think it's interesting when I think a lot of us think about challenges related to flooding, we think about the flooding event itself, but I think it's also very apparent that sometimes it's the things around the flooding, right? The structure, the education, the ability of the locality to manage and mitigate that's the biggest challenge. I think that's an excellent perspective. Thank you. We're going to go to Scott now.
So I guess for prioritization, I wish I could tell you that we take a detailed look and look to see, prioritize them, based on the people that would be protected. But the bottom line is we all have budgets. We take a look at the funding that's allocated and then start working through which projects which we feel have priority from a staff level, and then it becomes a political decision on which projects actually get funded. We've also, we rely heavily on grants to implement our projects that we've gone through and identified 220 projects with an estimated price tag of $1 billion that the city is not going to fund on a $7 million a year basis. I think we calculated out it'd be 135 years if we just relied on CIP funding to implement it. So we're definitely looking to leverage grants wherever we can to implement projects, and that then becomes opportunistic based on the different projects and how they fit in with the different funding programs.
So for Richmond, how we prioritize. I mean, all of these situations are problematic for safety, damage to real property, and so forth. So we try our best to, in our matrix, to identify those concerns and really look closely exactly where the problems are happening now versus what the risks may say. You know, we're trying to look at all of it, but with limited resources, it's going to take a lot of funding, a lot of investment from the city, you know, seeking grants and things of that nature to develop these comprehensive flood risks, to pinpoint and develop these solutions. Again, the prioritization goes back to saying where are the problems? Where don't you have any infrastructure? And where is it that you have some drainage that's working, but it just needs a retrofit, or we need to increase capacity or so forth. So our process has pretty much just been looking at where we don't have anything at all, and we're having reoccurrent flooding that's happening even with moderate rains. That has been, you know, our process going forward, and just looking at this new model that we've developed, and evaluating all of the concerns as well as that we need to address to move or enhance our flood resiliency. Aging infrastructure is another component that we look at for helping that helps in determining where we need to prioritize these projects. Where we've had no improvement over the last few years, or again, there's nothing there that exists, or the infrastructure that's there, we're seeing impairments throughout the system. We've got a series of cavitations that are developing, road failures and things of that nature. All of those things go into prioritizing these projects. At the same time, from those flood risk assessments and studies, we're looking at the effects of climate change. We're seeing, you know, intense rainfalls more frequently. You know, the matrix that we used several years ago probably needs to be redone. You know, we're not getting the conveyance of runoff through these neighborhoods and through these areas that we did once before. So all of those factors go into our prioritization of our projects.
So maybe if you all could talk a little bit about how you're leveraging the Community Flood Preparedness Fund, and then what other types of financing you're using or looking at using to help support some of the projects and activities you all have talked about to help address the flood risk. Yeah, sure. You got in the past so far.
Yeah, this is my one role. So yeah, and I think it's really interesting is for Richmond, at least in their situation, is, you know, when most people think about grants, they think about structural grants, things that pay for construction, turning dirt. That's usually your biggest expense. But I think what's unique with Richmond is that they actually applied for a lot of grants that were non-structural. And so I'm hoping a lot of people hear that and realize that they can also apply for money. And it sounds like Buchanan County has that same situation where they're looking for a non-structural, you know, staffing support. And especially in this current market that we're in, the job market, private and public, everybody's struggling to hire people and to keep people. And so by utilizing some of these grants, they were able to get additional support in different areas that they needed that are important for this flood resiliency efforts. You know, namely the no-rise certification review support. That's something that was really taxing for their group and required a lot of technical support. And so by getting a grant, they're now able to do that using outside consulting, so that frees up staff to then focus on the other parts of their department that are also high priority as well, and hopefully get, you know, a high quality return on that, ensuring that people aren't building in the flood zone or the floodway. That's that's a no-no, I would think. And so yeah, the benefit is also that there's an enhanced external understanding of the city's flood management requirements now, because they are being able to turn these things around and get back to the developers quickly. It limits the developers' waste for their money, which is, you know, a driver for them, but also it's allowing people to get a more consistent answer, and then increase the understanding of the developer community of what is okay to develop and not okay to develop. Another piece that I think that was really interesting and that's going to be beneficial for long-term planning is the north-south side and water treatment plant levee system that we've talked about quite a few times today, and it's very vital and important to the city not only for protection, but also economically, right? This is some of their major economic areas, as well as their major water supply for most of the Central Virginia region. They provide water to other areas besides just the city, over 500,000 people. If any of those were to fail or be mismanaged, that would obviously cause a lot of problems. And so with this grant, they're able to continue to understand where it's working correctly. If there's, by surveying it, is there areas that need to be looked at that maybe are sinking, things like that. So also, and it helps them reach one of their requirements as well for the certification and the insurance program. And then finally, the one that I think is the most exciting and maybe few people know about now, but they also are able to use it for a large land acquisition in the river, in the James River. It might be one of the few islands, period, in the James. It's definitely the last privately owned. And what I find so interesting about Richmond, and I'm sure Hampton has similar, but again, is the history that they've had. This island's been continuously used since like the early 1800s. To be able to finally take it back, put it in possession of the city where it belongs, and return it to a natural state is really an incredible opportunity. It was privately owned, as you mentioned, and now it becomes not only an asset from a resiliency standpoint and reducing repetitive losses, but it also becomes an asset for the community and for the area around that to enjoy. And then there's downstream impacts from the quality standpoint, right? There's less potential for things to now be carried down into the bay.
Yeah, so as I said before, grant funding has been very important to our program. So starting back in 2020, the city went after and achieved or was awarded an environmental impact bond, a $12 million environmental impact bond that's paid back through our stormwater fee. This is a privately financed bond that we received. And with that, going through that program, we had to advance several projects that were in that first water plan, that Newmarket Creek water plan, 3 projects that were to be funded by this $12 million environmental impact bond. With the CFPF funding, we were able to secure funding because we had 30% design plans to further advance 3 projects through that. We also received funding to do the downtown Phoebus and Buckrow water plan that's been funded through the CFPF, and it is identifying projects. And of those projects, the one project, the North Armistead Road raising project that we had that was part of the environmental impact bond, has received funding through the CFPF, and now we're looking to get approximately $13 million from FEMA for that project. So we've been able to leverage, by having the funding, leveraging that bond funding to date right now, we're looking at the 12 million in bond funding. We've received 24 million in grants. So we've tripled the buying power of that environmental impact bond. And it goes to planning that we have to have that pipeline of projects moving forward. So we're looking at the CFPF has been critical to us, both on a planning and implementation. And one of the projects that was funded for 50% design through the CFPF, we just received this year $1.5 million from SLAF to implement the project. So we've been we've benefited greatly by being able to leverage different grant opportunities within the city.
Thank you. And one of the conversations we've had at the coordination working group is how we can support localities stacking grants like that to really leverage the state dollars that we have. Lee, do you want to talk a little bit about what you all are using the flood fund money for, and then any other pots of funding that you've been able to access?
Well, our initial use, the first grant that we obtained was for the flood resilience plan development and preparation. And as I said, that was just finished and approved and filed with DCR in this past spring, May of this year. We are in the process of potentially looking for somebody to serve as a part-time grant administrator, be a part-time position with the county to help us identify appropriate grants to apply for. We've also received a lot of help from DCR staff in that regard. I can't emphasize enough, our next priority item is to try and see if we can get funding to get a full-time floodplain coordinator. That's really the important thing at the moment for us, because that will help us with enforcement of our revamped flood damage prevention ordinance. And I know I sound like a broken record, but we're kind of early into all of this, and we obviously will be looking to apply for grants for specific flood mitigation projects, but right now we're just sort of in the early phases of all this, and it's kind of new to us. Bart Chambers is here with me. I wanted him to be here to respond to any kind of issues about specifically emergency services with the 2 flash floods that we've just experienced in the last year and a half. So if there are any questions for him in that regard, please feel free to ask. And honestly, the way we have approached floodplain management in our county, particularly under the old ordinance, and was that it was the building code official, the floodplain coordinator, and our mapping technician sort of work together threefold to deal with floodplain management. I'm hoping things are going to be more effective with the new revamped ordinance, but I still think the key is to get a full-time floodplain coordinator who's a CFM.
Thank you, Lee. And I think that really emphasizes that all of our localities are in different places when it comes to this journey of addressing resilience challenges. And one of the things that, again, we try to look at as a state agency is how the programs that we craft can try to work for as broad a spectrum of our localities as possible. I've got a whole list of questions that I could keep asking these folks. I want to provide the folks in the room an opportunity. If anyone has a question they want to ask one of the panelists, raise your hand. Now's your chance. Or I'm gonna keep going. All right, well, I'm gonna keep going then. Let's talk a little bit about local outreach, because I think a couple of you all have mentioned education, involvement of the community. How have you engaged the broader community of stakeholders in planning for and implementing flood resilience projects, activities, or have you? And if you haven't, are you looking to do that down the road?
We've taken a variety of steps to engage the public on future planning and projects that will affect those communities in question, as well as just educating the general public on flood risks and their vulnerability and things that they can do themselves to reduce those impacts during various rain events. Some steps that we've taken is civic association meetings, where we go and we share future plans for those projects that will be in their area to address drainage concerns. We've also, we're very vocal and with our regards to social media and providing information on flood risks, information for FEMA, flood insurance mechanisms, and so forth. And we also established a website, rvah2o.org, where we actually list all of our future planning projects and valuable information that the community could utilize. We're active on Twitter, where we run a very active Facebook page. That seems to be the new way of communicating all things with this new generation or what have you. So we take a variety of steps and approaches to get the message out about projects and about flood resiliency.
So similar, we've taken for our water plan, there were 7, the current water plan, there's 7 community engagement meetings that were held during that development process. So at different stages in the process, reaching out to different stakeholders and making sure that voices are heard. We use QR codes, door knocking for projects, just going out, knocking on doors, making people aware projects are coming, because, you know, as was said, one size doesn't fit all. Not everybody receives information the same. We have reverse 311 that we utilize, just trying to get the word out to people that really, there's no excuse that they haven't heard about it. Whether you choose to listen is another thing, but, you know, we definitely try to reach out to the community and incorporate them into the process, and allow them the opportunity to voice their concerns about, you know, projects or plans that we're developing.
Lee?
Yeah, during the development of the flood resilience plan, we conducted several public meetings to get public input in that process and to hopefully make people more aware of the issues with flood resilience. We obviously had a couple of public hearings in connection with our new revamped ordinance, flood damage prevention ordinance. But again, I have to say we're in kind of the early stages of public education as far as flood resilience. We have some ideas. You know, maybe we can start trying to do something through the public school system. I think if you get the citizens at an early age and help them understand issues involving the community, sometimes you can really have some good results. It might take a while, but I think it's worth the effort. That would be something I would expect a full-time floodplain coordinator to actually go into the school systems and actually present issues on flood resilience to appropriate level classes. You know, but again, this is just kind of new to us in terms of getting the word out. We're starting the process. We have had, in regards to outreach, some of the businesses, major businesses in the county have helped us with debris removal from this last major flash flood we had in July of 2022. And that has been very helpful. That is going back to just challenges for the county, debris removal from the Gesse's Fork flash flood in August of 21 and the flash flood in the Whitewood Pilgrims Knob area of 22, July of 22, still is really a major issue for us. And we are reaching out wherever we can to try to get assistance.
Great. Looking at that kind of from another perspective and turning the lens the other way, can you all talk a little bit about how you've gone about engaging the leadership of your localities and other departments within your local government? This is kind of a thing that spans a number of different departments usually, and how you've engaged them, and maybe if you found any particular approach to be successful. Lee, you want to start?
Well, as I mentioned, we've kind of taken a three-pronged attack with enforcement of our flood damage prevention ordinance in the past, and that's still to some extent the same now, with the building code office, the mapping office, and myself, the county attorney and floodplain coordinator. In terms of getting other parts of the county, and certainly we've had assistance with public works. The county road engineer has been very involved in regards to resilience issues, flood resilience issues, particularly as a result of these last 2 flash floods. So because we're small, it's pretty easy for us to interact with each other. And I think we have a pretty effective team approach.
Great, thanks.
So for us, our Resilient Hampton initiative is housed in our community development department, and it is a collaborative effort that involves multiple departments. So we have representatives from Public Works. I'm the representative from Public Works on the in the initiative. There's also Parks and Rec, emergency management, and our community development. So we're representing all different branches of all the different departments within government in that in the Resilient Hampton initiative. And in addition to that, we have there's weekly managers memos. So anything that's coming up is pushed up the line to the manager and to council. We also have periodic deep dives, presentations to council to make them aware of what the planning efforts that are ongoing. So yeah, it's communicated throughout the whole of government. And then there's weekly newsletters that go out to the public and our regular information meetings that we have.
The collaboration for Richmond, and I'll speak mainly regarding the flood wall. It requires a lot of additional agency cooperation. The Departments of Public Utilities, Departments of Public Works, police and fire, all have to be involved in any event where we have to actually make closures to any of the gate structures or Richmond's roadway closures or what have you. So that coordination, that collaboration to protect Richmond in any flood situation, or again work towards our flood resiliency, has been a major push always for many years. The program requires us often to review our SOPs, to review our emergency action plan on both ends, that for our risk management area, as well as the practices and procedures that need to go into place for the Department of Public Utilities, who actually operates the gate closures. But that coordination, that collaboration to emphasize the regular drills, tabletop exercises, to ensure the training, the operation and maintenance is occurring when it needs to ensure certainty that in any event, Richmond can respond to any flood event and everyone be on one accord. That has been a major part of the city's dedication as well as focus on flood resiliency. So the cross the aisle or agencies working together has always been a major push in Richmond.
Thank you. All right, so we've got time for one last question. And so by way of closing, what I would ask each of you is if there's one piece of advice that you have for other communities when it comes to resilience, and or if you could go back in time 10 or 20 years and do one thing differently sort of on this journey, what would it be? And Kyle, for you, I'd be interested in hearing if there's one thing from the private sector side that you wish communities knew. I think that'd be helpful. You're not getting out of this one.
I'll say from a standpoint of collaboration and partnerships, recently I myself have just been involved in a lot of those discussions and initiatives to work together with nonprofit organizations that are always willing to get involved, whether it be grant funding or seek with helping to provide public outreach and education. Those are things that in some cases I wish we had started a lot earlier or sooner in building our flood resiliency program, because I think we missed a lot of opportunities. Additional partnerships just increases your reach to reaching people. There are various ways of doing it, not just in newsletters or informational settings or things like that, but even in artwork or renditions. We had a lot of we had an artwork program in which we actually had information that was drawn out on storm inlets that we did throughout the city of Richmond that was very useful in getting the message out and providing understanding on water quality and so forth, and how stormwater runoff impacts the river as well as the bay and things like that. So just having those collaborations and partnerships with other agencies that are willing to get involved is something that I wish we had done a lot sooner.
Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, so I guess to jump in, thank you for the opportunity to say that. You know, obviously with City of Richmond, Howard has a lot more experience than I do, and I think it's more valuable to speak. But from a consulting standpoint, you know, I think, and it's something I brought up, there was a task force that I attended in a conference in 2019. And I think right now, in my opinion, I think we're still kind of in the infancy stages of a lot of this, and we're not thinking big enough. I think it's nice to hear that we're going to start, that there's people who are looking to see how we can collaborate across these man-made lines. But I still think that maybe we're still thinking too neighborhood level or smaller level or city level. And it's more like tactical rather than the bigger picture of what we're trying to do with resiliency. And then to challenge that, or to be able to do that, I think, and maybe to challenge the state and federal level, is to think bigger on the funding side. You know, at $1 to $2 to $3 million at a time, that's not going to probably get it done at a large scale. When you look at wastewater, you look at water, when they upgrade a treatment plant for water quality, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think stormwater, to really tackle the major problems and to really make an impact that doesn't push the problem downstream, I think it's going to require bigger thinking and bigger dollars, which is easy to say, but you know, I'm hoping that that's the direction that we're heading.
Yeah, I agree to Howard's point. Leveraging those assets, the nonprofits, our universities, leveraging those partners in these projects is key. I would also say trying to convince management that investing in resilience, that we have to have the studies in order to get the projects, that we can't just come out and say we're going to fix a problem without really understanding the problem. So we have to invest, and that investment will pay its dividends. People just have to realize that it is an investment, and if we want to leverage funding, they have to invest up front and think about, if you're going to be getting grant funding, there's matches. Where's that match coming from? So again, it's investing, it's leveraging those assets.
Lee?
Yes, I think if I had any advice to give to any localities that are part of the National Flood Insurance Program, is review your ordinance, because it took 2 major flash floods, catastrophic events, to kind of get us to the point, well, we need to look at our ordinance. And when we looked at it, we realized there were a lot of deficiencies on the ordinance that was adopted and approved in 1997 after the county was initially flood mapped. And our current ordinance, the revamped ordinance, as I call it, which is based on the model that DCR provided to us, I think it's going to be much more effective for us in floodplain management. And that would be the first thing I would suggest to any locality. If you haven't looked at your ordinance lately, look at it, review it, and see if you need to update it.
Great. Thank you, Lee. So if everyone could give a big round of applause for our panelists. Very much appreciate it. I very much appreciate the conversation. I will say, for those of you who have an interest in the flood fund, again, the RAFT manuals go out next week. Please take a look at them. Please do comment. We are looking for commentary. The last thing we want to do is have a program that doesn't work for the people that we're trying to support.
That we have for this, I'd like to invite you all to come up and sit at the table, and then we'll start with our first presentation on the RAFT from Tanya Decla-Clab, and then just pass the microphone and keep going and close out the day. So I'd like to welcome up to the front from the University of Virginia's Institute for Engagement and Negotiation, Tanya Declicab. Then from Virginia Sea Grant and Old Dominion University, from the Coastal Resilience and Adaptation Economy Initiative, Dr. Troy Hartley and Carol Considine. And then last but not least, from RISE, Paul Robinson. So as they're making their way to the front, read some of their bios. So from UVA's Institute for Engagement and Negotiation, Tanya Declicab is the director of the UVA Institute for Engagement and Negotiation, helping groups navigate complex, thorny issues towards common ground is her passion. At IEN since 1997, she has mediated and facilitated challenging public policy issues in sustainable agriculture, energy, food systems, forestry, watersheds, public health, and environmental justice. She co-founded with William & Mary and ODU the Boots on the Ground Collaborative Collective Impact Whole Community Approach to Resilience, known as the RAFT, or the Resilience Adaptation Feasibility Tool, which has supported 26 localities since 2015, and she has also co-founded and is teaching faculty for the Virginia Natural Resource Leadership Institute. Welcome, Tanya. We also have Dr. Troy Hartley, who is the director of Virginia Sea Grant and a research professor of marine science and policy at the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences. Virginia Sea Grant is a 7-university coalition and state federal partnership program funding and conducting research, education, extension, and communication activities on coastal resilience and sustainability issues. Troy's expertise is in coastal, marine, and environmental policy, particularly how to design, implement, and evaluate collaborative research and development, team science, strategic partnerships, innovation, and workforce development. Dr. Hartley leads the multi-sector team conducting the Go Virginia funded initiative to launch water adaptation and a resilient economy. Carol Considine is the Director of Applied Projects at the Institute of Coastal Adaptation and Resilience, ICAR, and a Professor of Engineering Technology at the Batten College of Engineering and Technology at Old Dominion University. She has been active in applied research related to sea level rise since 2012 and has funded that spans from National Science Foundation to Go Virginia and private foundations. Recent projects include the launching of a coastal resilience and adaptation economy, identification and prioritization of recurrent flooding research, and the Coastal Community Design Collaborative. Thanks, Carol. And lastly, Paul Robinson, PhD, is the founder and executive director of RISE, a Hampton Roads, Virginia-based nonprofit dedicated to accelerating innovation and business growth around solutions to coastal resilience challenges. Since 2018, RISE has deployed more than $7 million in financial support and services to more than 35 businesses, developing new scalable solutions that help coastal communities adapt to climate change. In addition to his work at RISE, Dr. Robinson is the founder and CEO of Aerotech Research, a company specializing in weather hazard detection for aircraft, and holds 8 patents in this area. He has also served as a senior advisor to Focus Investment Bank in the areas of the government, aerospace, and defense, and is a member of the local Angel Investment Group. Welcome, Paul. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for staying with us for our last panel. And we're going to hand this over to Tanya to get started. This is the online mic. This is the in-room mic. So try to hold this one. No, you come on up. We do have slides if you need them.
Oh, great.
Yep. So clicker, microphone.
Oh,
You don't have 3 hands, but.
okay. Okay.
All right, well, it's great to be with you. Carolyn, keep me on track. Okay, great. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share with you a little bit about what has happened with this beast we call the RAFT. And one of the first things I want to do before I launch in is to say that for those of you who know about the RAFT, you know that it has been since the beginning a 3-university collaborative involving William & Mary and of course my university UVA and ODU.
Many of you know that VCPC has shut down, and so I am making an announcement today. The news release will be coming out soon. We're working on it, that we have, I don't know the right word, but while we've lost William and Mary, we are gaining Virginia Tech Center for Coastal Studies. Wendy Stout, I was like, Wendy is here, just wave your hand, Wendy. And so Carol and I are welcoming Wendy and her team with the Center for Coastal Studies at Virginia Tech to the RAFT team. And we've already been working together for a while. So with that, I can do the next slide. So our goal has remained the same throughout, which is to help, and this really, the RAFT was founded really in response to a meeting that was held at William and Mary with representatives of local governments who came together at that point, and we were asking them, okay, all these studies, all these models, all these things are happening. We know so much more than we did 5 years ago. What are your needs? And the thing that came up over and over was we need some way to support local governments in translating these models and studies into meaningful action on the ground. That's the gap. That is the gap. And so over the next 18 months, we did some studies of different scorecards and report cards and found out that even that was not enough. That scoring does not lead necessarily to action on the ground. So that led to a more complex process that lasts 18 months, which I'll share with you. The RAFT goal, as a result, is to help Virginia's coastal localities. This will be changing. We are changing this to help Virginia's localities improve resilience to flooding and other hazards. We will be changing this so that it's not just coastal, while striving to thrive both economically and socially. It is a whole community approach. I'll tell myself next slide. One of the reasons, so what it makes this different? One of the things that makes this different is that you'll see most programs are really focused on environmental resilience, infrastructure, what happens with our roads, what happens with our critical facilities, what happens with economic resilience. Very few, if any, are really focusing on the social resilience. And yet, when we think about it, really, why do we care about resilience? I mean, why do we? It's about people, right? We are caring about, can this community survive? Which is really about people coming together in a way to support each other through these different forms of crises. So the social, we have found, we hypothesized at the beginning that this was important, which is why our scorecard takes a holistic approach and looks at all three elements in scoring a community. But we really have learned through our work that it is far more important than we ever imagined. And so what makes up this whole community approach is we've been doing it since 2015, as Matt said. It is putting the community in the driver's seat with community-driven strategies. And basically, we are adapting this process. It is not cookie cutter at all. That's one of the things that communities really have said they appreciate, is that when we come in, we are not coming in saying this is how it's going to be. One of the other things that they really appreciate is that we're universities. I'll speak to this a little bit later, because they have a greater level of trust, which we didn't expect, but they have said that they're more likely to trust universities than they are, than they are state agencies. I'm sorry, it's a long histories, right? Long histories. And so it is an adaptive process, and we've learned a lot. And the other thing is that it's at no cost to the locality, which makes it a very easy yes for them. So the process is 3 phases. The first phase is the assessment. We started with just the quantitative, the scorecard, and we learned that that really was not sufficient. And now we have a qualitative element to that assessment phase as well that includes up to 30 some interviews, individual interviews, as well as focus groups that bring representatives together. And we've reached 60 some organizations in any one attempt of these. We then have a workshop where we bring the community together to look at the findings and the gaps analysis and the opportunities. And that's where they set a 1-year action plan. What are our up to 5 things that we can do in the next year that can catalyze us down this path of a community-driven resilience approach? And then we're still with them because we found that that's still not enough, that we have to hang with them and support them through coordinating, bringing people together on this implementation team that implements those priorities over the course of a year. It's a big lift. It's very intense. These are different sources of funding that we've had at various times through the years. The kingpins through this have been CZM, thank you, CZM, and Virginia Environmental Endowment. And then we have always supplemented that with significant funding as well from private foundations. And then some of it is being funded by centers themselves and Sea Grant. Okay, so here's what we've done so far. And one of the things that you'll see is that this map is not sufficient. We have moved beyond this map. This was the original map. And we are now working in Crater with Petersburg and Hopewell, very underserved communities that are very much experiencing resilience challenges. And we are moving inland. So we will be retooling the scorecard for inland communities. We've had requests from inland communities. We have more requests for support than we can manage, which I'll speak to in just a little bit. And we have also started working with tribes. 2 minutes, okay. So I'm going to, one of the things that we've done is we have found that being able to leverage some foundation funding to provide mini grants is hugely powerful. So it's not just leveraging networking with other universities, which we do to bring their expertise to the table, but we're also bringing other funding directly to these organizations to help them implement. Okay, I'm going to go forward here. So one of the things I want to highlight is that we have found through this is that you would think in many of these under-resourced rural communities that we've been dealing with that they all talk with each other, they all work well together, and they are all aware of resilience challenges. Not so, not so. We have found that one of the big value added of the RAFT is that we are bringing people together who've never talked to each other in the same county and that have come to understand that, oh my gosh, we are serving a clientele that is incredibly vulnerable, and we haven't even begun to talk with them about what it means to be resilient in these times of crises. And so resilience has been put on the table and on the agenda with numerous social service-like agencies that they haven't even been dealing with it before. So that's a pretty big win for us. We've also learned that that resilience is not just the local government, that it really is this network of community organizations. I mean, you can see the long list here, but I do want to call out Libraries were one of the unusual finds. Of course, for those of you who live in rural counties, anybody else besides me? Okay, I know, yep. As you know, libraries are the hub. Might not have expected it, but huge hubs. But all of these others are also critical for resilience. Okay, moving on. One of the things that I want to shout out is that there are many conditions we've learned that worsen vulnerability, and one of them that I want to call out is an historic trauma, especially for people of color, communities that have long histories of historic traumas. Also means that they will not be seeking government assistance, which is one of the reasons why they are so much more ready to work with universities. So I wanted to come around to this. All right, lessons from the RAFT. It takes a lot of effort, time, and resources to build these relationships. They don't happen overnight. It takes a commitment. It can't be done with one project. It can't be done in a couple of months. We've learned in the Northern Neck and the Middle Peninsula that actually staying longer than the 18 months is something that we really need to be figuring out how to do. We're doing a few things along those lines, but it's not enough. There's constant support that's needed in coordination and collaboration, facilitation, all of that, and basically bringing other university resources to the table, which is what we are doing, is serving as a networking hub for other universities throughout the Commonwealth. And we expect to do that as we move inland, to also create what we are calling place-based facilitators to help be able to serve more of the communities that need help. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Tanya. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So thanks for staying to the bitter end. I'm Troy Hartley. I'm the director of Virginia Sea Grant. Like Laura McKay at CZM and Circe at CB NEARS, we're a NOAA partnership program, the NOAA State Partnership Program, 7 university head project. I'm going to talk about a specific project that we've been involved with. The kind of engagement with the private sector has popped up a lot over the last couple of days in conversations, and just kind of scratching our heads wondering how to do that. This is a really different way of thinking about it, at least as it's come up so far. I think earlier Curtis from DHCD mentioned that they manage the Go Virginia funding. So this is a project that Virginia Sea Grant assembled a team and led to get a state Go Virginia grant to think about launching what's the economy in this domain. I've seen a couple of slides of folks saying that we've done various risks of doing nothing studies. Humans will never do nothing, right? Humans are going to, we may not like what they do, but they will do things. And this is a bit of where's the opportunity in this challenge to find innovative solutions that could have really beneficial impacts, not just in Virginia, but on a global scale for reaching resilience in all of our domains: ecological, economic, social, cultural. And so we assembled a team with RISE, you're going to hear from Paul later, a public access authority in the Middle Peninsula, and Old Dominion, and Carol and I are kind of tag teaming this presentation. So we'll hand off to that sister project at the end of my talk. And we looked at how do we think about how economies get developed and how industry clusters are developed, where you might have a Silicon Valley, the pharmaceutical industries in the Boston area. It's these places that have had hubs of innovation, and then a bunch of private sector companies that at times are competitors, but at times are partners to work together to advance that field. And what does that look like? Often involving this type of model where you have some investments in ensuring and generating the success of entrepreneurs and help their businesses keep going. Accelerator programs like RISE and Paul Robinson, the collaborative R&D capacity to partner with universities or even in places where you can experiment with innovative designs and innovative approaches and do that in a controlled way and learn and generate the next version and keep growing and learning. And then in collaboration with community colleges and universities, developing the workforce that's supporting that growth of those industries, because they often need new tools and new skills and new employees that don't exist now. We've been implementing this model and discovering, and we've talked a little bit about, sorry, my formatting got a little funky there, I guess. An added layer is that when innovation emerges in designs, technologies, products, and services that are trying to advance resilience and water quality and all these conditions that we're interested in, those are brand new novel items, and the regulatory systems and frameworks haven't seen them before. So that's taken time, and we've had to invest a lot more energy and time in kind of moving through that, and are looking at various experimental permit approaches and strategies, but that's been certainly one of our challenges. That said, we've had some real amazing success that I want to flag here. Rise and Paul, I don't know how detailed you may go into on this particular challenge. You've run many challenges, but this is the one that Rise ran with us, focusing on rural issues and challenges around resilience. And 3 of the winners of that business plan competition, I'm going to talk about a business plan competition. I'm going to talk about the university partnerships that we formed to take that innovation further. And I'm talking about the field work we're doing to experiment with those designs. So this first stage, we identified a firm, a more local firm, and a set of firms actually that are working actively in the Middle Peninsula, applying techniques and technologies for shoreline stabilization that have been used in a lot of places, but trying them in unique combinations. We identified a firm that's fairly well established and is very impressive. They have a materials science group that thinks about, and then with some advanced technology, 3D printing technology, to create shoreline stabilization structures, whether that be oyster reefs or other types of designs, including, and in this project, thinking about dredge material and integrating dredge material into that production of the concrete-like product, and dramatically reducing their carbon footprint, printing in the field, very impressive. And another firm that developed their technology for wastewater treatment, thinking about refugee camps in an international setting where you don't want to invest in big infrastructure. You want that infrastructure to, you want those folks eventually to be able to move home. So they've scaled down advanced wastewater treatment technology to the size of a refrigerator that could be in a home serving 5 people, removing the need for a septic field, and thinking through what does that look like in the concept of buildings. A fourth firm that actually Virginia Sea Grant, this is an example I think you've heard all day of how do we leverage funding. This is us leveraging our NOAA funding to support a nonprofit that on a particular need that we all are having in resilience, aquatic plant production. Where are you going to get your plants to do a lot of the restoration projects that we're investing in, and are the ways to enhance the aquatic plant production? And in this case, leveraging a nonprofit that does work-based and community-based therapy programs for returning veterans. Now, we leveraged Sea Grant monies with the Go Virginia monies and partnered each of these firms with universities to begin to think about how do you test and monitor performance of their products in the field, and how do you think about the next generation. Biogenics is working with Old Dominion University and George Mason, they're still here, looking at the impacts of their shoreline stabilization activities. Natrix is actually working with another company and a couple universities to beginning to think about designs of elements of structures that could be in the coastal zone, but may have one use now, but will need another use in 10 years because the environmental conditions are going to be different. What does a foundation look like of a building that would have a different use because it might be underwater or underwater more often? And what would that look like in a way that's environmentally safe? James Madison University is working with Triangle, some architects, to begin to think through how could you integrate that technology for that septic system into a building. So if you designed a building that has to move off the coast over time, you could take your septic system with you. It's not out in the environment, it's in the building. And Norfolk State is working with Not Alone on thinking through those mechanics of aquatic plant production, everything from greenhouse production designs to rice paddy designs to potential wild harvest designs. We're also working with and leveraging more Sea Grant monies to be investing in some apprenticeships or internships with community college to provide technician level support for these businesses that are needing workforce in that space too. And there is a set of over 50 properties on the waterfront that have been donated into the public access authority, a government unit in the Middle Peninsula, which provides an amazing laboratory field station network for testing designs like these. And Virginia Sea Grant and the PAA have an agreement to help Sea Grant monitor and implement their R&D research activities on these sites. And a couple quick slides on what kind of impact we had, and I'm going to hand off to Carol. Just the first year of operations so far with these businesses, we're seeing job production, we're seeing jobs retained, we're seeing new businesses being drawn into this community. We're seeing commitments already of additional external equity financing, and we're even seeing folks beginning to think through what could they be planning and thinking about for growth in their industry sector into the future. And when you start to say, what's a cluster look like? So what are we seeing? How are we seeing collaboration emerging among these partners to do additional things than we were funding? Natrix and Biogenics have already partnered and are on a project, a $900,000, almost $1 million Hog Island restoration project that's underway. Natrix, as I mentioned, was working with Hanbury to think about future designs. Triangle and Holdfast have been talking about the interface between treatment, wastewater treatment and nutrients for oyster aquaculture activities. Old Dominion University and Norfolk State have also been collaborating on the science domain in new ways on aquatic plant production activities. So we're starting to see emerging collaborations happening too. So I wanted that's the quick run through one part of this project, and then I'm going to hand off to Carol for the sister project to you.
Thank you. Which way do I press it? Thank you. So thank you. I appreciate the time that you're taking to stay here with us today. I want to acknowledge my partners, which are the Environmental Defense Fund and Hampton University, that have been complete partners in making this project a success. We know that local, regional, state, federal governments cannot successfully build resilient communities without businesses and individuals participating. And so this project is really about getting industry to participate in a broader range in the adaptation and resilience sector. So the goals of COVA A&R are to engage the broader business community in adaptation and resilience, advance collaboration across the urban-rural divide. So we're doing a lot with the Fight the Flood up in the Middle Peninsula, provide opportunities for growth and diversification of the coastal adaptation and resilience sector, and prepare businesses for a future with more water through education and best practices. Additionally, I think it's really important that we showcase what we're doing here in coastal Virginia. We are on the leading edge of the impacts of sea level rise, and we are being proactive. And the work that we're doing here is excellent work, and people should be able, or other communities should be able to see what we're actually doing. This project builds on an existing adaptation and resilience efforts in coastal Virginia. The Hampton Roads Adaptation Forum is the longest running industry academic forum in the United States, but that was limited to mostly architecture, engineering, consulting firms. And so we're really trying to expand beyond that and include a wider sector. So we're trying to reach out to the maritime, the manufacturing, the agricultural, the forestry industries, helping them understand the risks that they face and the solutions that they can implement to protect their businesses. So we essentially have 4 working groups. One is local best practices, outlining strategies that can protect assets and help companies get a return on that investment. And so we had a maritime conference with a resilience focus as part of the conference, and Huntington Ingalls came and spoke about how they consider resilience in all of their capital improvements, investing to reduce future risk. And there were a lot of smaller maritime ship repair building companies that were there that may not have been thinking that same way. So it was a really great example. Infrastructure investment is another working group focused on trying to develop implementation pathways for priority resilience infrastructure projects. And a great example of that is Portsmouth's High Street project, which was funded with $19 million from a DOT RAISE grant. We made them aware that the grant was there, and honestly, I was a little obnoxious calling there saying, aren't you going to apply? Aren't you going to apply? And they did, and they were very successful. So we want to make sure that people know about the opportunities that are out there. There's a lot of investment for the federal government that private industry can be a partner in bringing that to coastal Virginia. We have a talent gaps working group looking at workforce training needs for the current employees, as well as our employees of the future, working in the adaptation and resilience sector. And then we have a resources and capabilities working group, which has really been focused on building a coastal Virginia brand related to adaptation and resilience, highlighting the work that's being done, the companies that are doing the work, and the capabilities in the region. So the working group provides resources for businesses, showing them how to get involved in the sector, what actions they can take to make their businesses more resilient. So we recently launched the COVA Adaptation Resilience Consortium web portal. None of this information was created by us. We went out and saw what everyone was doing and tried to bring it to the forefront so that we could showcase all the work that's happening. So I just wanted to show you quickly what that looks like. So this is our landing page. And we are highlighting both the urban and rural nature of the coastline in Virginia with short video clips across the top. Of course, this is stationary. We are providing industry on the landing page where they can go to assess their risk. And we're actually sending them from this page to the Coastal Resilience Master Plan Virginia Coastal Web Explorer to use the data that's out there. Additionally, the protect your facilities, they can go look at the best practices for waterfront industries or for green infrastructure. And then we are also showcasing what is the return on investment for acting by taking them to different reports. We have a member listing page where visitors can go find companies that have specific adaptation and resilience expertise among our COVA A&R members. The web portal also highlights how COVA A&R currently works, focusing on that academic industry partnerships and the working groups that we have. And it highlights the opportunities and funding. It highlights the opportunities and funding to help members understand what type of projects are available in coastal Virginia, how coastal communities are approaching adaptation and resilience, and what state and federal funding opportunities are available. It showcases adaptation in action, highlights projects that considered adaptation and resilience in their design and construction. And it also highlights existing resources that companies can use to help them become, to protect their businesses. They can go to the Wetlands Watch high water notification, sign up so that they know when tidal flooding may impact their operations or transportation. They can learn how Waze users in Norfolk receive real-time street level flood alerts, and so that they can use that for their transportation of employees or logistics. And they can also find out how coastal communities are being impacted by flooding. This is just a glimpse of 7 of the 14 pages that make up this web portal. It's a one-stop shop for industry in coastal Virginia to learn about adaptation and resilience and take action. So I gave you all a little card before I came up here, and it has the website on it. Please go look at the website. If you feel like you have resources that we haven't referenced, please let me know. I will add you to the website. We really are trying to be as inclusive as possible. And I want to thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here and present. I realize I'm between you and the door, so I'll keep this moving. It shouldn't take too long. But I want to introduce RISE, who we are, and what we've done, and what we're planning to do. We were born out of the NDRC grant that the Commonwealth got back in 2016. $120 million went to some development. 112 million went to the Chesapeake Heights resilience infrastructure, and $5 million went to set up the organization that became known as RISE, and that was matched by $5 million of state money. The intent was to help to try and diversify the economy, to try and attract small business while solving the local coastal community resilience problems. We were not taking the place of the Army Corps or trying to do their projects, but we're looking at ways of adaptation and mitigation for the next 2 to 5 years ahead. So that was really our focus. And we did, through our a year or two of development, we developed this model, which we've repeated several times. We start off working closely with the cities. The cities know their problems. The communities know their problems. They know where things flood, what works and what doesn't work. They don't necessarily know the solutions. So we take their problems, we design a challenge around the problems, and provide as much data as possible in description of the problem, and we source the solutions. And then by means of our challenge programs, which is what we brought to Troy's organization with Go Virginia, when we receive solutions from around the world, we select the best ones. We have a selection committee, and we provide them access to real-time testing. They get to implement in the cities infrastructure. These are not prototypes. These are not R&D projects. These are actual prototype development models to prove and fine-tune the final product. We also help the companies with their business plans, to understand their customers, how they're selling, who they're selling to. And of course, we give them some funding, typically between $250,000 and $300,000 to set up and run a pilot, and we help them with that too. One example, Carol mentioned this. The problem that we heard way back in 2015 is it's very hard to get around the cities when it's high tide and when it's raining heavily. So we ran a challenge to get real-time flooding information into Waze. This was won and awarded by an Australian company called FloodMap. They integrated it with Waze. There's a picture of my car there in front of a puddle. And given the weather we've had over the past 6 to 8 days, this has been very useful. So in summary, just of where we are, what we've done so far, we've run 7 challenges. We've received 250 submissions from over 30 countries. We've funded over 35 pilots in our region. We have allocated $7 million in what we call catalytic funding. That means that's money to a company that gets them to either a paying customer or private investment. And those companies have gone on to raise over $40 million in private investment. We also have had some workforce development effect. Our companies have contracted and hired people, over 175 folks, and we've had several workforce development efforts yielding 400 trainees in various resilience technologies. And we recently, 2 years ago, as Troy mentioned, I had not seen the slides when I put these together, but we have worked in the Middle Peninsula, got to understand the rural communities' issues around septic buildings. You see the 5 up there. So we've developed and brought our business challenge model to another region, and now we're expanding into other programs like LISC, and we're also working in New York State. with our bringing our business model there. This year, we ran our Flood Insurance of the Future challenge. We put $1.5 million into for challenge money with the goal to reduce flood insurance premiums and payouts by 50%. We are working with 5 companies right now. Those are the 5. There's some taglines there. We've got one company which is building first floor elevation mapping using remote sensing. They won a challenge before. They're tying their product into the insurance industries now. National Flood Experts has a risk rating 2.0 platform. Rethought is developing flood risk underwriting for all properties across the country. RIC is community-based parametric flood insurance, and Plover has some other parametric insurance concepts that they're developing. So we see the flood insurance area as a growth path. There's huge disparities in what needs to happen and what is actually happening right now. We commissioned up a report by Munich Re to assess the cost of insurance for Chesterfield Heights, which is in Norfolk, the Ohio Creek project, before and after the wall. They estimate that with the wall that was built there, the cost of insurance should go down by 50%. So the wall has a significant effect on the cost of insurance, and that should be reflected in premiums and should protect and should lower payouts by protecting the communities. So we're moving along. We're looking to develop another challenge in the insurance sector for next year. And the question in my email said, how can state agencies assist? And it would be very helpful if we could work with the state agencies to help RISE and the Virginia communities use the products that our companies, our funded companies, have developed. Virginia is on the leading edge of technology development in the resilience sector, not just insurance, but in many other areas. And these companies need customers to survive. And if there was any way that the state government can help that, I don't know how, but we need all the help we can get to help these companies get their products out, get customers, and this in turn will attract more businesses to the state, to the Commonwealth, as a very attractive place to develop and grow their resilience-related technologies.
I want to thank the panel again. One more round of applause for them. It's never easy closing out a conference, but that was tremendous. Very much appreciate it. I'm not going to keep everybody. I know this has been a long day, but I hope you all have found this as informative and interesting as I have. These are important conversations to have. I'm glad we were able to get this group into the room and virtually to have them and to have this on the heels of the TAC and the working group. You know, this is a big challenge. It's a complex problem that cuts across a lot of lines, a lot of areas. And I think, you know, Dr. Weiss said something interesting about leveraging that complexity to our advantage. And to me, that means leveraging the power of all of the players and the actors that are in the room and are addressing this problem to come together to try to bring all of our efforts to bear on it. I want to thank our presenters, our panelists, and the folks that have attended today. I see a few folks in the room that came to all 3 meetings. So if that was you, Gold Star, good job, Jay. You were welcome to an extra cookie. Thank you. But I also want to thank the DCR team that put this together. Matt Dallin, Carolyn Heaps-Picaro, I see Arthur K. Pitching in the back, and then Renee Lee, who I don't know is in the room, was helping check folks in. They took what is a very vague paragraph in Virginia statute and really just with their own imagination turned it into this kind of mini conference that we had today. So please give them a big round of applause. One of the things that I am kind of obnoxious about is telling people that I have the best job in state government. And part of that is because of the team that I get to work with and how mission oriented they are. But this was a very well done by the team here today, and can't tell you how much I appreciate it. This was our first attempt at this. We do want your feedback. So if you have thoughts, that will point you to a survey. I think we're also going to email it out, right? We'll email it out to people